Okay, we'll get started in about 1 minute. If everybody could find their seats, please. I'll ask you to stand in a moment. You can be seated. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the July 30th, 2025 City Council meeting. I'll ask everyone to please rise for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Be seated. We acknowledge for territory a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The city of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. And when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing. So those are the rules around that. Okay. So notice of motions, MN Municipal Grasslands Biodiversity Reserve and MN 25-13 City Rink Ice Time Allocation and City Facility Prime Time Hours Designation will be noted in the meeting minutes as read into the record at approval of agenda and will be debated by council at its next meeting on August 27th, 2025. Can I have someone please move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? Add the list of registered delegations and item MR 25-4, supplemental report, city manager update dismissal. At the call of the chair, the following items will appear first on the agenda in the following order. Item MR 25-3, city manager update. Item MR 25-4, supplemental report, city manager update dismissal. Item CR 25-89, street closure, North Railway Street and portions of Cameron Street. Councillor Sickleys, call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the June 25th, 2025 City Council meeting? Councillor Radens? And a seconder? Councillor Burton, thank you. Any errors or omissions? I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. Therefore, the consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items. Item CR 25-84, 2025 first quarter forecast, CR 25-85, 2025, CR 25-86, internal audit work plan, CR 25-95, 2028 Can-Am Police Fire Games, CR 25-96, Jeux de la Francophonie Canadienne, the 2028 National Francophone Youth Games, CR 25-97, Regina Hotel Association funding for Tourism Regina. I will ask now if any member wishes to remove any items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councillor Rasevich and a seconder. Councillor Mancinelli. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider item MR 25-3, City Manager Update. So can I have a motion to receive and file this communication? There's and the next item will be the item that we have to vote on. Thank you, Councillor Bezo. And a seconder, Councillor Radens. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now consider item MR 25-4, Supplemental Report, City Manager Update Dismissal, and I will introduce the report. So the recommendation is that City Council terminate the appointment of Nicole Anderson to the position of City Manager in accordance with Section 87 of the Cities Act effective immediately. Appoint Jim Nicol as interim City Manager until such time as a new City Manager has been appointed, and appoint Amber Ackerman as the interim city clerk during the period in which City Clerk Jim Nichols serves as interim city manager. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro and a seconder, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fro, do you wish to speak to the report? Okay, any questions from council members? Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to oppose this recommendation. And while there is lots that could be said about it, I'm just going to make a comment on the process where what I've heard from numerous residents since starting City Council is that they have no desire to see the city and our partners continue to fire people without cause and pay out folks for terminating them without cause. And since I've been elected, over $1 million has been paid out to folks on a without cause basis. And I've heard from folks resoundingly that it's time that that ends, and I fully agree. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I'd like to say that I agree, and I will be supporting this. There has been too many changes. I support this change, and hopefully this will be the last of them so we can be stable again. Appreciate the recommendation.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Councillor Fro, anything to close on debate?
Yes, just briefly through the chair, I have the pleasure of serving on the HR committee. I'm comfortable with the process taken. I have the utmost confidence in city staff and administration, and of course, that of my colleagues. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. With that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 10-1, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Mancinelli, Fro, Radins, Burton, Bezo, Rasevich, Turnbull, Sickles, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. And the member voting against is Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-89, street closure, North Railway Street and portions of Cameron Street. And I will ask Councillor Sickles to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We're recommending closing these portions down, and as shown in Appendix B in the report, if everyone can take a look at that. We're also wanting to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to give effect to the recommendations to be brought forward following approval of the recommendations by City Council and the required public notice. Do we need a motion to?
I'll take care of that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Mancinelli, do you wish to speak to the report? Good. Okay, any questions from council members on this one? Seeing none, Councillor Mancinelli, anything final? Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. We'll now consider the public hearing and public notice bylaw related to the previous item, CR 20. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so we're now going to consider the public hearing and public notice bylaws as a whole. So I will ask Deputy Mayor Turnbull to do first reading of the following bylaws: 2025-45, -48, -49, and -50, please.
2025-45 bylaw to provide for the closure of portions of North Railroad Street and Cameron Street. 2025-48, the Development Levy Amendment Bylaw 2025. 2025-49, the Official Community Plan Amendment Plan 2025, number 5. 2025-50, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 14. I move, seconded by Councillor Sickles, that bylaws 2025-45, 2025-48, number 2025-49, and number 2025-50 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. And I will ask the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaws, please.
Through you, Mayor, as required by legislation, the following bylaws require a public hearing. Bylaw number 2025-45. This bylaw is to provide for portions of North Railway Street and Cameron Street. The purpose of this bylaw is to authorize the closure of a portion of the dedicated road allowances known as North Railway Street and Cameron Street. Next, bylaw number 2025-48, the Development Levy Amendment Bylaw 2025. The purpose of this bylaw is to establish the applicable servicing agreement fee and development levy rates that are authorized to be imposed on proposed development on or after January 1st, 2025, and incorporate policy amendments resulting from the 2023-2024 comprehensive review. Third bylaw, bylaw number 2025-49, Design Regina, the Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 5. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend Design Regina, the Official Community Plan Bylaw to redesignate the proposed Westbrook neighborhood from a special study area to a Phase 1 neighborhood. And lastly, bylaw number 2025-50, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 14. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the Regina Zoning Bylaw 2019 by rezoning the subject property located at 1111, 1113, and 1121 Ray Street from RU Residential Urban Zone to ML Mixed Low-Rise Zone and updating regulations regarding active wall design. Is there anyone present in the gallery today that wishes to address City Council on any of these proposed bylaws? Yes? There appears to be someone. Just one second.
Okay, we clarified for the record, there is no one to speak on these specific bylaws. Okay, with that, Deputy Mayor Turnbull, could you please do second reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaws number 2025-45, number 2025-48, number 2025-49, and number 2025-50 be read a second time at this meeting.
Thank you. Do any members have any questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaws carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Burden, that bylaws number 2025-45, 2025-48, 2025-49, and number 2025-50 go to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flores, that bylaws number 2025-45, 2025-48, 2025-49, and 2025-50 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of the bylaws carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. We will now consider the public notice bylaws. I will ask Deputy Mayor Turnbull to do first reading of the following bylaws, 2025-43 and 2025-44, please.
2025-43, the McCallum Residence Municipal Heritage Designation Bylaw, and 2025-44, the Broadfoot Residence Municipal Heritage Designation Bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Radins, that bylaws number 2025-43 and number 2025-44 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do second reading of the bylaws, please?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakiniak, that bylaws number 2025-43 and number 2025-44 be read a second time at this meeting.
Thank you. Does any member have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws number 2025-43 and number 2025-44 go to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bizo, that bylaws number 2025-43 and number 2025-44 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation Melanie Kingston on behalf of Margaret Kisika Piesis, Dave Ball, Ray Goslin, and Olivia Cottrill from All Nations Hope Network. We'll get another chair if we need to. Okay, So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will be able to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Melanie Kingston. I'm a representative from All Nations Hope Network. I'm the Community Health Director. I reside in Regina, Saskatchewan.
I'm Dave Ball. I am with McKnight Property Management. We are the project coordinator for the construction project, and I reside in Saskatoon.
Dunze, my name is Ray Goslin. I am the architect of the project. Our business resides on Chief Red Dog Urban Reserve, and I'm a resident of Regina.
My name is Olivia Cottrell. I manage the operations for Ray Goslin Architect Limited, and I reside in Regina.
Thank you. Go ahead with the presentation whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm super nervous, so please be patient with me. Okay. All Nations Hope was established in 1995. All Nations Hope Network is a pioneering Indigenous-run nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering Indigenous communities, provincially and locally. Guided by a collective of 4 matriarchs, our organization has tirelessly championed Indigenous rights, cultural preservation, and community development for nearly 3 decades. Our work spans a wide range of initiatives, including advocacy, education, cultural revitalization, and social services, which include a Wasu warming shelter, low barrier short-term emergency beds, and connections to health and well-being and services. All initiatives are aimed at fostering self-determination and prosperity among Indigenous peoples. Through strategic partnerships and grassroots efforts, we have made significant strides in addressing systemic challenges and promoting positive change. As we embark on a new chapter, All Nations Hope Network is poised for transformation. With a bold vision for the future, we are committed to building a state-of-the-art facility that we, oh boy, sorry.
You're doing great, take your time.
State-of-the-art facility that we will serve as a hub for Indigenous empowerment, innovation, and collaboration. This new space will not only provide essential services and resources, but also will serve as a symbol of hope and resilience for generations to come. Prior to recent demolition, Anahan's current building at 2735 Fifth Avenue in north central community of Regina, Anahan had been leasing half the building to offer their programming and outreach, while Saskatchewan Housing Corporation operated the other half of affordable housing. On December 1st, 2021, Saskatchewan Housing Authority announced the transfer of ownership to the entire building to All Nations Hope Network to support the organization in growing their services to the people in the community. Receiving the transfer of ownership gave All Nations Hope the opportunity to critically view their need for additional space. And in September of 2022, All Nations Hope held a workshop with the purpose of gathering information from All Nation Hope employees, board members, elders, and the community on what needs and wants were for the renovation of the existing building. Based on the feedback received during the workshop, All Nation Hope also completed a feasibility study in December of 2022. The purpose of the feasibility study was to support All Nation Hope in its needs for renovations to ensure successful programming and services to Indigenous communities in Regina and across Saskatchewan. During the review process, it quickly became evident that All Nations Hope had outgrown their existing building as their service delivery had grown exceptionally since COVID-19. The desire to build a new state-of-the-art facility was apparent, and All Nations Hope started down the path of securing funding to bring their vision to life. Funding was secured through grant writing services completed by All Nations Hope Network, and the agreements are noted as follows. Indigenous Service Canada, our total funding provided under the agreement is $4,003,472. National Indigenous Collaborative Housing Incorporated, our total funding provided under that agreement is $9,008,306,313. So our total funding project for the building construction project is $13,839,785. To accommodate the expansion of the new building footprint, All Nations Hope Network purchased the 3 lots directly adjacent to their existing property located at 2735 Fifth Avenue. The newly purchased lots are located at the following address: 1111 Ray Street, 1113 Ray Street, and 1121 Ray Street.
About 30 seconds left. You have about 30 seconds left in the time for
Okay, I'm just about done here.
Yeah, all good.
The purchase of additional real estate enabled Anahan to move forward with their vision for the building and construction project. So we have construction drawings that are 66% completed. The demolition of the 4 sites was completed in early May. Our construction schedule anticipates going to tender it to mid to late August, taking 18 to 24 months to complete. We also have a funding deadline. The construction timelines are compressed because All Nations Hope funding agreement deadlines, specifically Anahan's funding agreement with Nietzsche, states that the funding needs to be committed on or before October 31, 2025.
Okay, great. And so I'll open it up. Thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up to any of my colleagues who may have any questions for you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for presenting. You did great. I just wanted to confirm what you just said. So you said that you're at 66% construction drawings, and then you're hoping to go to tender in August. And you have a funding deadline of October 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say if there was any delays that could put in jeopardy your funding deadline?
Yeah, that's great. If you don't mind, I can answer
Yeah.
that. Yes, indeed it will. So with the Nietzsche funding, they have, we have to have all of our funding committed by October 31st. And by committed, they mean that we have to have the construction contractual agreements in place. All of the agreements with the vendors are in, the consultants are in place, but we have to have construction committed.
So if city council didn't approve it today, it could embark on your construction deadline and possibly put your funding in jeopardy?
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure I understood that.
Yes.
And then I was just wondering, can you tell me a little bit more about the community impact and what this means to the community, this project?
Oh boy, that's a tough question. All Nations Hope, I think they make a huge impact in the community. We help, oh boy. Talking is not my strong suit, especially in public. We currently serve the underserved or underpopulated in North Central. We offer, breakfast and lunch and clothing and shelter. I think we make a huge impact in the community, and having a larger space to help more people will make a huge difference to the people that we serve.
And then this might be for the architect, but I'm just looking at these elevations and how thoughtful they are with the lines and everything. And what do you think that would bring to the aesthetic of the city and to the pride of the city with your design? You want to talk about it a little bit?
Well, I think it's more about giving pride to the members of North Central. That's what it's all about. It's a building that is designed to serve the needs of the community, and we've worked very hard to make sure that the architecture reflects that inside and out. So it's really important is in addition to what Melanie just said, is that it's very important that we provide indoor programming as well as exterior programming. That's part of the reason why we needed to have a larger site, not only to build a larger building, but also to have some exterior space for them to accommodate some of their exterior programming, such as sweat ceremonies and the like.
Mm-hmm. And I can see lots of pathways and landscaping thoughtfulness and accessibility in there. And how you think this will help revitalize North Central a little bit and work towards our city goals?
We certainly hope so. Absolutely. When you look at the block where the building is proposed to be built, there's a lot of activity there. There's the North Central Family Center just across the street. So there's what we think is positive transition in North Central. And I couldn't think of a better place for that to start.
Well, thank you so much. Your design is beautiful. I love what you're doing for the community, and I certainly don't want to delay you by any means.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask about the fundraising. Are you soliciting donations from the community for this, or do you have everything in place already?
We have not solicited donations from the community for this. We do have enough funding in place currently to get construction carried off and complete the project. But with that said, we are going to be continuing to fundraise throughout the project, or that 18 and 24 month period, so we can get additional funds to do some additional building enhancements throughout the project.
Okay, well, congratulations. I'm excited about your project.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, you guys can return to the gallery there, and thank you so much for your presentation today. Okay, we will now consider items CR 25-87, zoning bylaw amendment and discretionary use, 2735 Fifth Avenue and 1111, 1113 and 1121 Ray Street. I'll ask Councillor Sickleys to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. I've never used your worship before. That sounds pretty good, actually. Eh? It fits. I had the pleasure of meeting the group and having them present to us at Regina Planning Commission. And it's a great project, agreeing with everything that Sarah has said earlier. It's one of those no-brainers yet again, primarily because the funding's already there. Let that be a lesson to us. So don't know what else I can add other than fully and wholeheartedly in support of this, and can't wait to see it built.
Thank you. So I'll have, can I get someone to move the report? Councillor Turnbull, and a seconder, please. Councillor Mancinelli, I think, was first. Councillor Turnbull, as the mover, would you like to speak to the report?
I can just close.
Okay. Is there any questions from council members on the report? Further questions, I guess I should say. Okay, with that, Councillor Turnbull, I'll let you close.
Okay, I think Councillor Sickles is right. This is a no-brainer. It will contribute greatly to our city and the vibrancy and bring a lot to our community. And we certainly don't want to cause any delays. So I think it is prudent that we approve it and go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. And I will just get, Clerk and I were just talking briefly there. I'll just get you to maybe just identify, there's just a flip in procedural order that we just want to make clear. It didn't ultimately impact the outcome, but we just want to acknowledge just a discrepancy in the order that we did that in.
Sorry, just 1 second. Yes, through you, Mayor. So this item that was just considered by Council, item CR 25-87, zoning bylaw amendment discretionary use for 2735 Fifth Avenue and 1111, 1113, and 1121 Ray Street. This item should have been considered procedurally first prior to the consideration of the reading of the bylaw being 2025-48, the Development Levy Amendment Bylaw 2025. It was done out of order, but since everything all passed, we're okay. But just for the record, we just wanted to note the error in procedure.
Okay, thank you for that note. Okay, with that, I would like to call upon delegation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just for the record, it's actually bylaw 2025-50, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw 2025 number 14 that was out of order. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation Diana Harlock from Dreams Development. Come on to the delegation table. Good afternoon. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Diana Howerluck. I live here in Regina and I'm representing Dream. I'm the General Manager of Land and Development. I'm here today just to answer any questions that Council may have, and I won't do my presentation.
Okay, with that, with Ms. Horlock here, does anybody have any questions related to, which would be the next item, CR 25-88 concept plan amendment for 500 North Courtney Street? Seeing no questions, I think you're off the hook.
Great.
You can return to the gallery, go ahead. Okay, so we'll now consider item CR 25-88, concept plan amendment, 500 North Courtney Street, and I'll ask Councillor Sickleys to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, Your Worship, I mean. We looked at this at Regina Planning Commission, I forget the date. We recommend that the revised Coopertown concept plan, which is included in this report as Appendix D, be approved. Sorry, I'm mixing up my language there. And number 2, to approve the recommendation today.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli. And the seconder? Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to this report?
Yes, please. Just a couple comments.
Go ahead.
I guess I have a couple questions triggered by the communications from residents to this report. The actual land use change and the Coopertown plan I'm in favor of. I note that 6 people were talking about noise attenuation along Courtney Street, but more so 9th Avenue North. In the report, it identifies 9th Avenue North as not a concern for noise decibel. And just kind of thinking as we forward plan, if you look at Appendix A2 and pay attention to 9th Avenue North in the picture, you can see where it meets Courtney Street. It goes from a nice separated 4-lane freeway to a 2-lane non-separated, basically a paved over grid road. As Coopertown evolves, that street will be made to look more like the other part of 9th Avenue North and connect with the bypass. Having been on council for a while, I made a change that trucks weren't allowed on this stretch of the road from safety concerns from the residents. Knowing that this will revert and become a truck route again, I don't have a lot of faith in the noise assessment in this report. And if we're using that going forward with planning, I think I better just draw attention to it again. I've drawn attention before. It's not that I want to be a broken record. It's just I don't want to get away from planning because we're planning for what we're seeing today when we know the use is going to dramatically change. If that motion had not been made for the semis on that stretch of road, like I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure we would have raised that noise decibel in a heartbeat over. And being that this is one of our major transportation nodes, when this is rectified, I expect the long-term planners want this to be a truck route once again. So I just want to make sure that we encompass these thoughts as we go forward with our plans, so we don't build for today what we need for tomorrow. Was that clear come through everyone? I wonder if administration could comment on that.
Who would like to comment on that? Ms. Bryden? Go ahead.
Thank you, through that chair.
Hey, that's a loud chair.
Thank you, through the chair. So certainly we will be taking those things into consideration as we move forward. The changes that you're seeing before you today are minor amendments to this already approved concept plan, which came into play before the noise attenuation policy. But yes, certainly as we continue to move forward with development, we will have to take those things into consideration.
And just to be clear through the chair, I know the developers here today and they're aware that their development permission was granted before the noise attenuation, but knowing that this is something that we have to market to the public to buy, I hope the comments are taken to heart too. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I support this proposal.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no other questions, Councillor Mancinelli, is there any final thoughts? Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, next, we're going to have delegations from CM 25-11 and CR 25-90. I'd like to call upon Delegation Randy Dove. Hi, Randy. Once you're seated there, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions council members may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Randy Dove. I'm the president of Pickleball Regina. I live in Regina, and it's certainly my honor to be able to be here today. So we're here to speak in relation to the reallocation of funding for the Aquatic Center proposal in C2590. And so, excuse me, so Pickleball Regina is the primary club in the city. We have 1,200 members. We were formed in 2017 and continue to grow at exponential rates since that time. And so we represent a large swath of individuals in this city from all ages, all cultures, all ethnic backgrounds, and continue to grow. We also are part of the largest and fastest growing sport in North America called pickleball, and so it continues to grow. We have estimates from Pickleball Canada are that there are about 1.5 million people now playing across Canada, and it continues to grow at about 25% every year. Here, while our predominant age group is still 55 plus, the biggest growth area that we have are people between 35 and 54. So with that growth, we're seeing people coming out of other sports, coming into pickleball, and providing themselves an opportunity to socialize, work on their physical fitness, build networks, and continue basically to be able to play a sport where they can play for many years. And so we've also introduced now and are starting to introduce and build a youth program to deal with people between 10 and 15 years of age, to fill that segment in our marketplace, which we have had some struggles to get going, and that, but it continues to grow. To have people who can come into a sport and play it from youth into their mid-80s, which is our history, is something that we are very proud of, and we think that it needs to be thought about in a broader context than just the financial implications that are being proposed here. We also were recognized in Saskatchewan, Pickleball in Saskatchewan, not the club, but Pickleball Saskatchewan was recognized in 2023 by SAS Sport as having full sport status. We're only the second province in the country to achieve that. That's an important milestone for the sport of pickleball. It means that it's maturing here with training, referees, coaches, and multiple volunteers to support the growth of the sport. Through Pickleball Canada and Sport Canada, pickleball has also now been identified as an emerging sport with the potential it could make it to the Olympics probably in the 2030s. So it's a growing active sport for all ages. Pickleball Regina has hosted many major tournaments over the years. We hosted the Western Regionals in 2023, the Canadian Nationals in 2024, or 2020, Western Regionals in 2022, the Nationals in 2023, and the Provincials recently in 2024. Those combined initiatives for this community, the economic impact was viewed as about $6 million, $4 million for the Canadian Nationals, and $1 million each for the regionals and the provincials. And so there's a contribution being made here. Those programs run with up to 250 volunteers from this community who provide their support, their service, and make these programs run. Pickleball Regina has a history of providing excellence in organization in tournaments. We are sometimes viewed as the hub or the center of excellence for pickleball. We're one of the largest clubs in the country, largest in the province, and continue to grow. To bring major tournaments into this community, we need a minimum of 20 high-quality courts. So between Douglas Park, the current 12...
About 30 seconds left.
Okay. That we need the additional funding to build phase 2 of Douglas Park, which we believe was part of the original agreement. And so we're here to say that we are asking you to reconsider the proposal to reallocate the $1.4 million to the Aquatic Center, because we believe we need this money continue to be earmarked for that second phase to make sure that pickleball, the growth of pickleball can continue to be matched by the availability of quality facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'll check and see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you today. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Randy, thanks for coming today. Pickleball's a great sport, and appreciate your leadership. It appears to me there may be a disconnect between our understanding of scheduled usage versus unscheduled usage. And I wonder if you could let my colleagues and I know what you perceive to be the unscheduled usage of pickleball courts in Regina. If you may or may not be able to quantify it, but perhaps qualitatively, to the best of your abilities, if you could let us know what the drop-in aspect of that sport looks like.
We apply and receive permits through central scheduling. So we know the numbers of people that are coming through our programs into the courts. and playing pickleball. Part of the permitting process requires that we always have courts available for the general public for drop-in. I can't give you a number. I can tell you that those courts are generally busy with people that do come in and play drop-in. Many people play pickleball in the daytime. The importance of having pickleball courts available in the evening is to also accommodate people that are working and that. So there may be more drop-in times in the evening, or more drop-in people in the evening than in the daytime and that. We don't quantify that because we are quantifying the programs that we organize and put forward and that. And I know in the report there's some indication that that is not a known number. And I can only tell you that the courts currently at Mahon and Douglas Park and other places in the city where we have like dual markings are busy. And including what happens at the Queen City Pickleball Hub for indoor courts is also a busy part of our community.
And would Pickleball Regina be amendable to working with administration to try to better inform the unscheduled usage and gather some data so that we can, ensure that we have not only enough courts for today, but given the projected growth of your sport, that we meet the pickleball assets requirements of the future? Is that something that your association might be in a position to assist administration with, understanding that there are many sports in Regina and many demands on recreational assets and tax dollars?
Well, I think, yes, we could help with that. All of our programs are hosted by volunteers, so we have someone at our programs when they're running. And so if there was if we worked with administration to try and quantify who else is there when our programs are running, we should be able to provide some greater information for you.
Sure. Two more quick questions. If you can answer, if not, that's fine. How does Regina compare to sort of comparable mid-sized Canadian cities for our pickleball assets? Are we comparable? Are we right in there, or are we behind the curve?
We are lagging behind what's happening in communities. Communities like a Vernon, a Medicine Hat, a Red Deer, even Saskatoon tend to have greater courts than we have, both indoor and outdoor, and that we're reliant on those two facilities. And remember that the new Douglas Park 12 courts also had meant the loss of the old Douglas Park 6 courts. So there were 6 courts there, and there was 6 courts at Mahon. We now have 12 and 6, but we lost 6, and so we are behind. I mean, it helps where the city has converted some other old tennis facilities and make them acceptable for pickleball and for tennis, but in our view and our understanding, and people that have traveled to other places and through tournaments and that would tell us in their feedback that we're behind.
Sure. Understanding that pickleball is a pretty affordable sport, and forgive me, this may be an ignorant question. When you look at new pickleball courts, can those be done in concert with tennis courts? Is your preference to have these separate, or are they done quite effectively in concert with tennis, which is another sport in high demand and really which lacks assets in our community as well?
Well, there's been some conversations over time between Pickleball Regina and the tennis community. Those have not tended to be all of that fruitful, and so I think the expectations of the surface, the size of the courts, makes it more difficult to have both operate in the same space. It's not impossible, but it's preferred, I think, for pickleball to have a home where tennis has a home. Yeah. I think that's a preferred scenario. I mean, if there was if there was some better rationale to bring them together, I think Pickleball Regina clearly is always willing to listen. I mean, our mission is to grow the sport, yeah. And how we get there, I think, has many opportunities and many avenues.
Certainly. I mean, I certainly taught my kids pickleball before I taught them tennis. One of the tools we have, right, is sometimes joint usage, right? We have finite dollars, so sometimes we look for that collaboration. I guess the last question is, Understanding your preference is that money be allocated in the upcoming budget, are you aware that there still is an opportunity as part of the upcoming 2-year budget cycle for us to partner and work together to get that data and put forward a plan to have not just these next 8 or 12 courts, whatever is required? So I guess what I'm trying to say, are you aware that today is not the end result? There still would be an opportunity in the budget to ensure that those courts are there, respecting your preference clearly is that remain that today in the plan?
I'm aware of that. I understand that. I think part of why we're here is we believed that when the agreement was made to build the first phase at Douglas Park, there was an agreement that phase 2 would be built, and phase 2 was funded. And so it's to lose that funding now with a potential that it could come back some other time just leaves us with some unease that could happen. So we think we had something here. It's now, and nobody in the pickleball community is opposed to the Aquatic Center. What we're opposed to is pulling the funding that we thought was already in the bag for us and set, and to have it maybe come back at some other point. That's one of those, you know, you're just not, why would we feel good about that?
Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dove, for your presentation. Through the chair, how does the outdoor courts coordinate with the indoor courts? Do people play both? Is there cross?
Some people play both. Some people prefer outdoors. This is an important question you asked. This is the best year we've ever had for registration for outdoor. We broke 500 of our 1,200 members playing outdoor this year. So there's a real preference for people once the weather gets good for the basically 5 months to play outside and so there's many people would prefer to play outside. Some people play both, but we do see outdoor players who play, and some do not ever play indoors. Or if they play indoors, they may play in one of the city community centers, not necessarily at the pickleball, Queen City Pickleball Hub, but they may play where they do. Our experience is pickleball players want to play pickleball. They will find places to go play.
Thank you. Through the chair, in your submission you said that Regina's hosted regionals, nationals, provincials, and 20 high-quality courts, and you've had to build them before. So you've run these tournaments previously. What is stopping you now still from running them again?
Well, our preference would be to have 20 high-quality, dedicated courts. That's the minimum through Pickleball Canada to get a sanctioned tournament. We can put together temporary courts like we've done at the Viterra International Trade Center to support pickleball. It's not ideal, it's expensive, and it's a challenge because you're then playing on straight on concrete without any kind of an acrylic surface. That's very important in terms of the play. But is it impossible? No.
Okay, thank you. What is the bell, through the chair, what is the bell curve of participants? You mentioned that 35 to 54 is growing, but the majority older than 54 or older than 65, retired?
Our predominant group is still over 55, clearly. I would say it's, top of mind, I would say it's probably 60% of our current membership. And then we have inside that, I think the predominant age is would be really in the 55 to 70 age bracket. Plus 70, it starts to slow up a bit, and that.
So what hours do you play?
Well, the permits we have through the city are for basically our 8 a.m. till noon and 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. That's what we have. What hours do people play? Sunrise to sunset.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair. With the options, and you're saying that you played basically during the summer, I've had some communication from some advocates for pickleball saying the Wascana pool is a problem because it's only open for a limited time, but pickleball courts are outdoor, also open only for a limited time. How do you respond to the question that, well, we have some other investments that we could do elsewhere that could be used year-round?
Well, there are, I mean, in the 7 months where the weather's not so good, people do play indoors. They play at the Queen City Pickleball Hub. They play in the community centers. So there is opportunity for people to play. A certain number of our memberships still travel in the winter and play in other locales, and that's part of what happens. But outdoor, people that play outdoor for that 5 months are very dedicated to play, and we are concerned that if we don't have sufficient courts to hold top quality, nationally sanctioned tournaments, 20 courts, whether it's indoor or outdoor, that jeopardizes the ability for Regina to compete against other bidding communities to get those tournaments.
So through the chair, as I weigh my choices here, it seems like you can get the capacity that you need. When we deal with swimming, we don't have options. There's huge waiting lists for swimming, and your submission said that this would provide us with options. So how do I balance that when I've got some people in another discipline where they literally can't? I'm hearing that perhaps that there could be more hours in the afternoon during the day, but swimmers can't. So how do I balance that?
So I just want to make sure that we're not going to debate the merits of either. This, delegation is here to represent pickleball.
Yes.
So I don't think it's fair to put the commentary on.
I would ask you to just, why would you put yourself in front of, rank your needs there in front of some other needs?
I don't think we are ranking them above any other needs. We're asking you to consider the value of pickleball as a lifelong sport that's growing in the community, and look at it in a broader perspective as to one versus another. We're asking you to look at them as a collective and what value they bring to the community, how many people they serve in the community, and how those sports, how they measure up. Again, our club has no issues with the Aquatic Center in terms of the value of it and the need for it in the community. Our issue is not about whether that should go on this. It's whether or not the reallocation of the funding we believe we had is appropriate and fair.
Through the chair, when I look at various options in the winter, then I see, people are done. There's not much rentals later in the evening, and people are done by 10 o'clock. Would people not be amenable to playing at 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock?
Well, our experience with our members is that they don't tend to play that late. They tend to play, if we would go the other way, we might be able to open up before 8 a.m. and serve people on the front end,
right,
for our older population. I would think probably the 10 p.m., it has not been a successful time period for us. Past 8 o'clock becomes problematic in terms of participation.
So, but as we struggle with availability through the chair, again, there's resources not being used, and I struggle to see why people would then not take that 8, 9, and 10 o'clock.
Councillor Burton, I think he answered the question around they haven't seen an uptake in past that time, so I don't think we need to rehash that.
Okay. You mentioned that it's possible for future Olympic sports. I know some sports have been on the list for decades. Is there any prediction through your connections for such a capability?
Well, we rely on Pickleball Canada in terms of the direction for pickleball in the country. Pickleball Canada in large part relies on the American pickleball community as far as pickleball for North America. And so the sense is that as the sport continues to grow, as you may see in the American market, quite a bit of commercialization of pickleball, that the possibilities of it getting into the Olympics and probably at the expense of some other sport is out there in the future.
Okay. Through the chair, you mentioned that there might be opportunities earlier in the morning, and it does seem like there might be a gap in the afternoon for some of these courts. The city has an obligation to provide service, a reasonable amount of facilities to people at a reasonable time here. Do you feel you don't have that now with the current facilities you have in place?
Well, we think that we believe that we have sufficient capacity today. What our concern is our sport continues to grow, and we believe that in a very short period of time, our sport will outgrow the current capacity we have for courts. And that's why we continue to ask you to reconsider that reallocation, because we think we're going to need that additional 8-court build in the next 24 months.
Okay, thank you. I have a communication from an advocate who describes, through the chair, that maintaining outdoor surfaces on tennis clubs, and this person is very knowledgeable, and know that they're very costly repairs to the surfaces that are undertaken nearly every year to keep things playable and safe. Is outdoor investment in outdoor courts then very much more costly than indoor courts?
No. No, is it more expensive?
Yes, they're saying that the maintenance to that surface is quite costly.
Well, I think...
well, there's the surface that you have there, the fact that it's on the ground, and you know, if it's asphalt and it sinks, and you've got that, what's the surface called?
Well, it's basically in a synthetic acrylic surface. Okay. I mean, it goes by the common name is pickle pave, and so that's what people often refer to it as. I mean, we have issues with the quality of the build in Douglas Park, as far as with the newness of that facility, how much cracking's already starting to happen in the surface, and so we're not sure what that means over time as far as maintenance. I mean, it was a significant issue in the old Douglas Park courts. It's not an issue in Mahan. I think some of that has to do with just I guess what's the proper word, topography, you know, because you're close to the creek and you're not close to the creek, and so what's that different in the soil? I'm no expert in that for sure, but so they are and like the indoor facility at the Queen City Pickleball Hub is owned by others in the community, and what it's costing them to fulfill that the maintenance of that facility, I don't choose to speak to, because it would be not my choice and not my place. Okay,
my last thing here is that I would implore you to gather more statistics that can be used for the future, because you know, with a few of the questions that we have today, that you know, you don't know some stuff that's going on, and some people aren't users of your group, the casual drop-in. But that's the type of information that we do need to see from groups to demonstrate the need.
Okay, Councillor Burton, if it's not a question, then we don't need to lecture your delegation, who came here on his own accord to give us some information.
That's it. So that's what thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple more folks that have questions for you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm correlating information properly. If I heard you correctly, we hosted a national event, I believe, 2 years ago. Is that right?
Yeah, 2023 was the Nationals, yes.
Yeah. How many places across Canada can host a national event? How many facilities are able to? What's the schedule on that, or you know, they got to have a touring?
Pickleball Canada would demand that you would be able to provide at least 20 courts, 20 quality courts, in order to sanction a tournament. When we hosted here in 2023, between the facilities we had and the facilities we put together temporarily, we ended up with 32 courts. Typically, the Nationals go east-west, so they have been in obviously here. They've been in Kingston. They've been in Halifax. More recently, they've been in I believe in Red Deer, and this year they're in Winnipeg. So it does move around, and that so it's an opportunity. It's a bid process through Pickleball Canada, and so you need to have your courts, your funding, and your community backing you in order to host and be successful.
Do you believe there's 5 other communities in the West, 7 other communities in the West, 11 other communities in the West? How many competitors do we have for that national show?
We had 615 come here for the 2023 Nationals. In other places, well, I should say it this way. We made a deliberate choice in Regina in hosting that we would not burn out our volunteers and we would not burn out our athletes like some other communities have chosen to do when they host. So other communities like Kingston or Halifax, who had 900 plus participants, played pickleball between 8 a.m. and 11 or 12 midnight. Our choice here was to get people off the courts by 7 or 8 o'clock in order to help them rest, have reduced injuries, and really to help our volunteers, our referees and our volunteers, to not burn themselves out. It's a 5-day tournament, and it's long days.
So we go east-west. We're in the western region. How many other communities in the west vie for the tournament? Are we in competition with 5 communities? Are we in competition with 25 communities? How many communities are we competing for this national event is my question.
Typically it would be 5 or fewer.
Okay. And they have year-round facilities available for this tournament, or do they have to assemble courts as well, or make mitigating make do efforts, or how do they get their bids in?
They some have facilities that are ready. Others do like we've done and build temporary facilities in order to accommodate the event. Pickleball Canada is more concerned that you've got quality facilities as opposed to how you get them.
Okay. Reading the report, this isn't canceling the facility, it's reprioritizing. Listening to you, you have capacity currently. You're looking at a problem with capacity shortly. And your second worry for the postponing of the pickleball facility is because we want to be able to host national events. With 5 other communities and going back and forth between east and west, and it happening here 2 years ago, we probably have about a 5-year window before that's a prevalent. Can I finish?
Well, it's.
I have a question once I lead up to the information.
Okay.
Now I was
just checking if it was a lead up to a question.
Yeah. Going east-west communities, we probably have about a 5-year window before it becomes relevant for hosting a national tournament, along with your comments on not burning out volunteers. Being this is postponement, do you think a 2-year postponement would totally derail Pickleball Regina? Or do you think, in light of the weight put on the dollar value of a needed facility, I'm looking for a little bit of weighting effort. I don't want to derail pickleball, but is it really that timely from your comments? Through the chair.
The next opportunity to bid for a national tournament is as early as 2026.
Okay.
Because it's in Winnipeg this year, Pickleball Canada will look east first. If they don't get adequate bids, and I'll say it a different way. They do not, when they go to the bid process, they do not suggest it has to be in the east. They say to the country, who wants to bid for this? But the pattern has been east-west. So we as a club could bid in 2026. I would say if a bidder comes from the east, they will be prioritized higher. So 2027 is more probable. And, I don't want to speak too much ahead of my board because we haven't had that conversation at this time. But I think, could there be some delay? Yes. You stated our worry. Our worry is that the funding was there and it's going to disappear, and the challenge is to get it back. And the challenge, if it's 1.4 million now, what is it in 2-3 years? Is it 2+ million? And that becomes even a bigger challenge.
Understood. Thank you for the information. Appreciate your vigor for the sport.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for being here today. And it's so important to ensure that we have people active for all ages. And, happy to hear that pickleball is growing. And just to educate me a little bit on, you mentioned that you need 20 high-level, high-quality courts. And so we touched a little bit on scheduled indoor, outdoor, and between the 3 locations, you have Ivana, Mahon and Douglas Park. And so, like, do you know how many courts are currently available? And are they all being used throughout the year? I mean, obviously, you have a couple, I think. I'm not sure which are the outdoor ones. Douglas Park and Mahon, are they outdoor or?
Yes, in the city, the dedicated courts facilities are the new Douglas Park, 12-court facility there, Phase 1 as we refer to it. Mahon Courts, 6 courts there over on Brotherton by the Mahon Rink. The Queen City Pickleball Hub has 16 indoor courts, and that in addition to that, there are in the winter months, I think all the City Regina community centers, amongst many programs, offer pickleball through the leisure guide and that. So there are courts there. They are not dedicated courts, and they're not a high quality surface, but they are a place to play and that. So there are additional courts like that are around. As far as the participation, the outdoor courts are very busy in the summer. As I said, we have over 500 people this year that registered. That's a record number. I mean, historically, the number was more like 350, but last year it was 495. This year we're at 519 right now and growing. We're still signing people up to play in the summer. So those courts are busy. That's Mahon and Douglas Park. That's those 2 facilities we're talking about. The indoor facility at the Queen City Pickleball Hub is very busy between about the middle of September to the end of April. What happens with the outdoor courts is they pick up when the spring starts, and our permits come in May and they go till the end of September, permits from the city. And so we have that 5-month block. And so there's an opportunity there. That's where we have the 500 plus people playing. Past that, when the weather turns, people do go indoors. They go to the community centers. They go to the Queen City Pickleball Hub, and that. We do have a certain percentage of our membership that are so-called secondary members, meaning that they are playing in White City and Fort Qu'Appelle and Moose Jaw and Weyburn, but they hold a secondary membership here. So if they are traveling into the city for other reasons or other events, they also can come and play pickleball in our facilities. So that's part of, we have 1,200 primary members, but we do have some secondary members that do that too. So that's what's like. The indoor facility is very busy in the morning and very busy in the late afternoon and the evening. Afternoons, outdoor, indoor, for different reasons, tend to have a bit of a lull as far as participation. That provides some opportunity for training, for people to go through Learn to Play when they're not competing then with people that want courts to play at whatever level they choose to play at.
Okay, thank you. So based on what I'm hearing is there's a total of 18 outdoor. So that's used for 5 months of the year, and indoor from September to April. At Havana Center, 16 indoor, and then that's not including 14 community associations or centers, I think,
Right.
Throughout the year.
Right.
So that seems to be a lot. Anyways, thank you. Appreciate you being here today and
Okay.
educating us on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Dove. You can return to the gallery.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take our mandatory break right now before we call the next delegate, so we'll be back at 2:43. Okay, we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes, maybe 1. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Folks could take their seats, please. So next, I would like to call upon delegation. We're going to call delegation D25-146, Kelly Miller. I believe she came in person here. Okay, you can go ahead and get seated at the delegation booth. Table, sorry. Yeah, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions council members may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Kelly Miller. I live by the Lawson. I'm from North Central. I'm not officially part of any organization, and I would be the people that use the pool that are not part of the swim clubs or dive clubs or all that other stuff in the neighborhood. This process has been going on for over 15 years. I've been to meeting after meeting. I was at one a month ago where they assured me that it was a done deal, that the shovels were going in the ground soon this year, and they said even that they were going to have the play park and the spray pad and everything that was promised before. So we shouldn't be back at this again. It should be done. We've been told that the Lawson's in such bad shape that the maintenance will be just as costly with periods of up to 2 years of closure to do it. This is why we need the new pool. Cost should have been half this. It was promised under Masters and election at 79, then it went to 128, then it went to 160, and they had Canadian Tire donate a play park and spray pad, and on June the 1st, 2022, it was done deal. Shovels ready to go into the ground. And then on June 16th, someone removed all references to that and how the location was chosen, and they acted like that. Some people acted like it never happened, and we lost the play park and spray pad because it was no longer shovel ready. And that's when the Catalyst Committee delayed it and then put the location into limbo. And then there was an attempt to move it to the rail yards, and then there was an attempt to move it to the greens. And it just felt, the reasons that they gave made no sense. They said it would revitalize North Central to move it out of North Central. They said it was better in the rail yards because of the bridge that didn't exist. They said it would be better in the greens because it would be better for people that live outside Regina, even though they aren't the taxpayers paying for it. And so the whole thing felt like we were getting punked, like sabotage, and all of that just ballooned the cost as it got delayed and delayed. At the same time, they also altered the pool design to save money, except the delay to redesign was more costly than the savings. So the proposal to do that again and get rid of either the leisure pool or to reduce the size of the competition pool so it's not really usable for most competitions makes no sense. The whole point is we want to have something built that's going to be lasting and not out of date and unusable, you know, for 30 years in this community. And so we've had these surveys that show 90% of residents want to support this or strongly support this. We need an end to the delays that just balloon the costs and have this shovel in the ground as promised right now. The longer this delays, it also affects all these other people seeking money because it's just going to balloon the costs and balloon the costs, whether it's maintenance or the new pool. And right now, we've got a worse pool than Yorkton, and the proposed changes would make it still worse than Yorkton. So we need to go as is. And we also need to move ahead on spending the money for housing and the donation for parks and all the, from the feds and all that other stuff. The faster we get it done with this being built at the same time in Old Taylor Field as the pool, the more bang we will get for our buck.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your presentation. I'll check if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Kelly, for being here and presenting. I appreciate your submission. Can you tell me how do you feel that this will benefit the community in terms of North Central overall? I mean, I think you spoke to it a bit, but just from...
Well, one way it does is presently we have had programs with the local schools where they've been able to get access to swimming where they wouldn't otherwise have that. It's a place that they can actually literally walk to. So they can, we've had from Sacred Heart and other ones too, that you've had programs where the kids, they can literally walk them there after school or even during school that they've been able to do things. It's also good for the neighborhood because we've had people that work there that in our neighborhood, and any business in your neighborhood is good for your neighborhood.
Great.
But yeah.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. Ms. Miller, you can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next I'll call upon Delegation D 25-148, Victoria Corliss and Michael Pilak. Okay, once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thanks. My name is Victoria Corliss, and I'm here today on behalf of the Whitmore Park Community Association. We are in no way opposed to this aquatic center. We think it's great, and it has many, many, many benefits, as we've heard over the last couple of weeks. However, we are concerned, as our board, that this is taking away a significant amount of money that's been allocated to the community pools in Regina and specifically in our neighborhood, Massey. It's been on the ticket to be upgraded and it's gone through maintenance every year. And we're concerned that by taking away the $21.7 million that's been allocated to outdoor pools, that while there's no money, that it will degrade to the point that it will end up being closed. As a community member and as the board, we value everything that we have within Whitmore Park, but as it stands, Whitmore Park does not have an abundance of fun recreation things for families. Massey Park and Pool is within walking and biking distance to lots of young families, and it's a safe place that lots of family members all utilize. And if it were to get to the point where there was no funding to maintain it and it were to close, that would be a really big devastation for South Regina. There's not many pools, outdoor pools in Regina, sorry. And this one not only draws from Whitmore Park, but all across the city, and lots of summer camps in the summer get to use it as well. So we really, really, really hope that it can remain operational, and with the loss of the funding to keep it maintained while it goes elsewhere to this other project, we would be concerned that we would end up losing this facility completely. Many volunteer hours have also gone into advocating for community level and neighborhood infrastructure locations, and the community associations and zone boards across the city struggle with their own budgets and programming and locations for it. So we strongly, strongly feel that getting rid of the finances to keep a wonderful facility that obviously does need upgrades, but to have there be no funding would really be devastating to the community. We live in Saskatchewan. We're obviously an indoor focused city for lots of the year, and I think that's one of the things that has been talked about lots, is what's the point of upkeeping facilities that are outdoor facilities when we're inside for so much of the year. But when we do come to the spring and summer and fall months, we are a society that thrives to be outside. We love to be outside, and to take away an outdoor facility just because 7 months of the year we have to be inside seems really unfair. Like, why are we not maximizing the potential we have to be outside in our beautiful city in our beautiful months? So yeah, we are in no way opposed to the aquatic facility. We just strongly feel that the $21 million taken from the outdoor pools and recreation facilities would be a really big disservice to the communities in Regina.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'll check with my colleagues to see if there's any questions for you on this. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, obviously, I live in Whitmore Park. And yeah, I know this is, I guess in our report, our last report, what I saw was, or we were given was that we have the most pools in Western Canada in Regina per capita. Mm-hmm. Did you know that?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, huh. You know, and I guess, yeah. You know, I am having to weigh these decisions, you know, it's pretty difficult. You know, and there's a lot of other decisions going to this aquatic center as well, where we could save money there to put money towards.
Do you have a question for the delegate?
Yeah, anyways, to the pool, so anyways, that's all I got to say.
Okay, Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation today. Through the chair, just to clarify, your concern is more, you're worried about the pool closing more than the money being reallocated? Because the money that was reallocated, my understanding was to replace the pool. So if the pool continues to stay open, does that meet your needs?
If the pool were to stay open and be maintained, that would meet our needs. Yeah, we are concerned that with that $21 million, that there would be no upkeep or maintenance, because Massey in the last couple of years has had significant need for upgrade yearly, and so I know last year it was almost a month delayed in opening compared to the other outdoor pools, and if the pool remained open, we would be happy. We are concerned that if the money is taken and there's no money to keep it upgraded, then it would end up closing and there would be nothing to replace it. So obviously we would love, like we know we're on the list, or we're on the list to get upgraded in the next couple of years, and that was exciting for the community. It would be like a revitalization of the pool that's been there for so long. But at the end of the day, we just do not want it to close. It's a great part of the community. We would love for it to get upgraded, but obviously with a $248 million project, we know that we may not get a brand new pool in the next couple of years, but we don't want to see it close.
Thank you very much for your answers. As a kid that used to be, Mom would give $5 and send us to the pool. I know it's about.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I'll call up Delegation D 25-149, Connie Buchan, thank you. Okay, once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Connie Buchan. I live in Regina. I'm the founder of the Off-Leash Dog Park User Group with the fun acronym of Old Pug. I currently sit as on the new executive as past chair and advisor for Old Pug. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. A few of you have met me already through other avenues, and some through my previous experiences with council on this topic. I've been here several times, and yet I find myself here again, fighting the same fight, trying to make safe, adequate dog parks a priority for the city of Regina. Compared to other cities, some smaller than Regina, our dog park situation leaves a great deal to be desired. I could tell you more about that, but I only have 5 minutes, so I'll do that later if you have any questions. Back in, I think it was 2010, Councillor Mike O'Donnell made a motion to have 6 good-sized dog parks in Regina. That motion passed. It never happened. In 2019, administration, at the demand of council, made a comprehensive plan for 14 dog parks of various sizes throughout the city. There were 3 added to the existing 2. One of those was built by a developer. One was fought for in this room and supported by City Council. The other one ended up being smaller than was originally planned. In fairness to administration for the work and council for authorizing the money, there were 2 lovely sites chosen and designs created. One for A.E. Wilson Park and one for Harding Park in the southeast. Now both of those are no-goes. My hope today is to salvage at least some of the proposed deferred dog park money to create a neighborhood-level dog park for small dogs only, west of the lawn bowling property, and I can certainly answer questions about those details if anybody has any. Dog parks in Regina are a priority for dog owners. They are used 365 days a year, come rain or shine, sleet or snow, no matter the temperature. Many of those hours, some dog parks are overcrowded. Some of those hours are in the dark. Our Facebook group has over 2,600 members, and hundreds more that use the parks that either aren't on Facebook or don't know about our group. Our numbers grow weekly. The number of people getting puppies and dogs is growing. It ballooned with COVID. The number of dogs in need for spaces to run safely is growing. Dog parks aren't just dog spaces. They're people spaces. People usually bring a dog and let it explore off-leash, but other people use the park as well. I have seen families go as a family outing. I have been at the Kathy Lauritsen Memorial Dog Park, which we affectionately call the Kathy, when personal care workers brought young adults from group homes for meetings with dogs and the owners of those dogs. It was an enriching experience for everyone. I have been at the park when a accidental litter has been created and someone comes to the dog park looking for owners for these new puppies. That's how I got my second dog. I've been to the dog park when a couple is there on a first date. A couple of times, one with no dog at all and one with one dog. Dog parks are communities. They're places to meet people. They're a way to connect with others. As technology expands and our society develops in ways that lessen human interaction, dog parks fulfill a need for connection and community. I founded Old Pug, but this is not the first incarnation of an advocacy group for dog parks in Regina. The Off-Leash Association, ROLA, was fighting this good fight 20 years ago, before I ever even went to a dog park. Now I'm working with a group of dedicated park users to turn Old Pug into a not-for-profit entity, stepping up our efforts to move the line forward. We have a board created and many plans in place. We have ideas, plans, we have energy, we have desire, we have numbers, and in time we will have money to contribute. We need someone to listen. We need your support.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a few councillors that have questions for you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hi, Connie. Thanks for being here. I have a few questions. How do you think the money could be used if not all of the 1.2 million was deferred?
If we were even able to keep a portion of the 1.2, we could, or the city, could build a dog park for small dogs only, west of the Lawn Bowling Association, where they are on Saskatchewan Drive and Victoria Avenue. There's a triangle to the west of there. It already has a fence on at least one side that would have to be checked to make sure it was low enough to the ground that the little dogs wouldn't get out. It's a small area that you wouldn't necessarily want to take a Great Dane or anything anyway, and Kathy Lauritsen is only a few blocks west of there. So any big dog would go there, so there's no concern that big dogs would use a small dog space. There's a hedge on one side. You could put the fence on the park side of that, so if any residents didn't like the looks of a fence, they wouldn't even see it. It could be a 4-foot fence because it's for small dogs only. And there's a parking lot already at that property, which would solve the on-street parking issue that some nearby residents might have. Normally, a 6-foot fence is required for dog parks of a municipal size. Of the neighborhood size, 4 foot is what the city is using. And in that park, the existing fence is 6 feet that is seen from Sass Drive, so no dog would jump that, even if there's a snowbank that turned that into a 2-foot fence. With a 6-foot fence, they wouldn't be running onto Sass Drive. So it's a safe environment. And that could be done, I'm guessing the money, because I don't know the cost now. Some costs have been going up. But even $100,000 to $200,000 left in our kitty would get us a dog park. Pardon the puns. But.
Okay, well, thank you for, that was my next question. So what does the word deferred mean to you?
Well, they're saying that the money is being deferred from all of these community-based projects. But to me, deferred means put off temporarily. There's no talk about what that means. Like, when are we getting our funding back? What does this mean? Where's the plan to make these things come forward? The important use of the outdoor pools and their maintenance, the pickleball courts, the soccer fields, all of that. When is it going to happen again? We already fought this fight and got the money in place. Does that mean we have to go back and fight this fight again to get the money again? Or is there a plan to put that money back in the kitties so that these projects can go forward? And at what time frame?
Okay, how does Regina compare to other cities when it comes to dog parks?
Well, the closest city to compare us to is Saskatoon, and they have 14 dog parks. We have 5. All of varying sizes. Even Melville has a wonderful dog park. They might only have 1 or maybe 2, but they're high quality. Our dog parks leave a lot to be desired. One currently has a sign on it saying it's in the industrial part of town, and it says that water is not suitable for human or animal consumption. It's a dog park. A dog's running around and is thirsty. How are you stopping your dog from drinking that contaminated water? So Saskatoon has a beautiful flowing river that keeps the water fresh. So we don't have that. We have the Kathy Lauritsen, but that is not a river that runs by there. It's a creek, and it's slow moving, and it gets blue-green algae in the fall. So Regina's parks, the city recognized this in 2019 when they made the plan for 14 dog parks in total, with the possibility of six more after with new developments like at Coopertown. And 1 has been developed out of that. So 14 we would be on par for what Saskatoon has now, but we're at less than half of what they've got. Calgary is the jewel of dog parks in North America, at least, maybe the world. They have an unbelievable number of dog parks. Them and Edmonton have different kinds of dog parks than we do because they have natural barriers that stops the dogs from running from Calgary to Edmonton, whereas you get north of Regina, your dog could be in Saskatoon. So we have a little different setup, but there's ways to work around that.
Okay, thank you very much, Connie, for being here and presenting.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. How often would you personally visit a dog park versus a local park versus the bike path or just around the block? What's the...
Well, I have a mobility issue now, so my circumstance isn't necessarily the same as it used to be or the same as what most people do. But when I was able to go every day, I went every day. My dog doesn't know Saturday from Wednesday. So they need to exercise every day. And you know, if you've ever tried to change your dog's behavior from when lunchtime is or supper time is, changing those kinds of behaviors are not easy. So changing the behavior of not going to the dog park one of those days out of the week is not easy. So pretty much every day they would go.
And would you say that is typical?
Yes.
The chair?
Yeah. The people that I went with were a couple of dozen people, and they were there every day. And people go every day so much that they make friends. There's been 2 occasions where a senior dog owner has passed away, and they know the other people in the dog park so well that those other people took their dogs after they passed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I live in the south end, Whitmore Park, Hillsdale. I'm just kind of wondering where would you, have you guys thought about where you would put a dog park in that area?
I still haven't given up on Harding Park. I'll want to talk to you, Councillor Burton, about that through the chair, sorry.
Okay.
But in the southeast is a priority, and administration has told us that they are trying to find space in southeast. Okay. The closest one to south, particular south, is Kathy Lauritsen on 13th Avenue, but Harbor Landing is on the list for 2 dog parks on this plan that the city has for 2 dog parks. There was a desire to have something on Kings Road, but that hasn't gone anywhere. The city has other plans for that property. The one at Harding Park, there was a different councillor in place when that was kiboshed. And I think there's hope for us to be able to get that land. It's between Arcola Avenue and run by Living Spirit Church. In between there, there's a huge space where the Sastel Tower is the only thing in that green space. So we think we could get several acres in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just wondered on Shannon Road, there's a, I forget the name of the park, but
there is
backs onto the Ring Road.
Yeah,
Well.
through the chair, the city plan has that some of the small parks, regular parks in neighborhoods, if it's an unused park or underused, if you carved off a small section less than a hectare, and that would be a neighborhood level park. Neighborhood level parks don't provide anything but on-street parking, which that would have, and they have a requirement for a 4-foot fence. Old Pug has a problem with that because in the winter a 4-foot fence can become a 2-foot fence in one storm. So but that's the design that Shannon, I think, is one of the parks that would be, but we haven't been told any time frame.
Anyways, thanks. Those were my thoughts, actually. You know what? I mean, to me, how much does it cost to put up a fence?
That's our question too.
Yeah.
And if in the park that we would like to see happen, you only need 3 more fence sides, maybe just 2. So it would be a pretty cheap project compared to, I think they were up to 200, no, what was it? 2.75 or $275,000 $75,000 that it was going to be for Harding Park or A.E. Wilson.
Okay.
So much smaller.
Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we have communications on item CM 25-11. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-124, Andrew Mitchell, Dive Sask from Regina. Councillor Zakiniak, thank you. And the seconder, Councillor Radins. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now consider item CM 25-11, Indoor Aquatic Facility Design and Cost Options, Supplemental Report. Okay, so note that this report, CM 25-11, is a receive and file report only, as it contains additional information related to the next item, CR 25-90. So given this, a motion to receive and file this report is required to be made on this item, and any approvals for action or amending motions to a decision on this subject matter should be and are to be made during the consideration of the next item, CR 25-90. Okay? Okay, so with that, I will ask Ted Schisler, Deputy City Manager, Corporate Services, to please introduce the report.
Thank you, through the chair. On July 23rd, 2025, Executive Committee considered Report EX 2568, Indoor Aquatic Facility Design and Cost Options, and directed administration to bring a supplemental report to the July 30th, 2025 City Council meeting today to include comparison to Appendix D costing, showing changes to include exclusions, construction cost summary, project schedule, etc., and relevant details from the Class B estimate. That's what forms the body of the report here today. And on this item or the next, we're here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schisler. And just to be clear, so this will be for questions only related to the supplemental report, and then we will move the main report next after this. So with that, can I have someone move that this report be received and filed? Councillor Turnbull, and a seconder, Councillor Radins. Councillor Turnbull, would you like to speak to the report?
Sure. This is a motion I brought forward last week, and it just includes more of the detailing to explain how we got to where we are cost-wise, and to really give a better understanding and more accountability and transparency to the cost increase to this pool, the exclusions, etc. And then just ask my question.
Yep, you can go ahead.
Okay. So I was looking, thank you for preparing this, first of all. Just to ask some questions, a Class D estimate is usually 25 to 50% in range, correct? A Class D estimate, that's the definition of it? Like a 25 to 50% increase or decrease, a Class D by definition?
Through the chair, that's accurate.
Okay, and a Class B estimate would be a 10 to 15% in estimation, correct?
Through the chair, correct.
So between 2022 and 2025, it's actually 65%.
Correct.
Which is over the 50%. So I wanted to talk about that. But specifically, if you look at this, structural has tripled. It's 230% with an additional $43 million just in structural alone. So I would like to know a little more explanation on why our structural costs have actually tripled to 230% over the Class D.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to look to my team for those details. Mr. Struthers was my favorite last week, and I assume he will be my favorite again this week. So.
Thank you. So through the chair, the ranges that you provided there, I guess just to clarify that would only be scope related. So assuming the scope is exactly the same, that would not include inflationary changes from 2022 to 2025. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I guess to respond to the question around structural specifically, for example, the Class D numbers on structural would be based on high-level information, area information, whereas the Class B information now is on a much more refined design and includes inflation within the 2022 to 2025 time period.
On materials, steel, local, delivery, because when a Class D is 25 to 50 and this is 230, I think there needs to be more explanation. And if you look at it, the site work is similar. It's 250, tripled. Mechanical just doubled, 148. And electrical is my favorite all-stars. Wherever the electricals are, you guys only did 30%, so you get the high fives. But I'm just wondering about these escalations and why.
So,
Mr. Schisler?
I'll start. Through the chair, I think there's a few components, as Mr. Struthers outlined. There's, when you're comparing this is the all-in cost estimate that will include inflationary matters and everything, as we discussed last week. The parameters around those estimates, Class B, Class D, are about the scope itself and don't necessarily consider, I don't know if it started in 22 or 21 or 20, but one of the highest inflationary periods of the last number of decades as well will be in there. I'd say a couple things about this particular analysis and the categories it's broken down into. And I'll let the team answer more details in just a moment, Councillor, but we have prepared this report at a level to show the changes over time and what has happened. We did not break them down into particular materials, decisions, suppliers, et cetera, as we have not issued RFPs for much of this work, and we do not, this is the, I guess, approaching the level of public information we disclose by sort of product and contractor, et cetera, before we head into the bidding process, which would make that a very difficult process for us. So let's see if Mr. Struthers can add more context to sort of the large pieces and the magnitudes of what move things forward.
Go ahead.
So through the chair, again, going on the structural question as it was asked there, just confirming things like shipping, sub-trade validation, so that would be reflected in the Class B. That's a much more accurate cost than the Class D estimate. And that was all I had to offer on that.
It as cost escalation as 3.75%. Do we feel like that's accurate considering the escalation that's happened so far?
So through the chair, I guess I'll take that one directly. So that's advised by your construction manager, reflecting current subtrade costs, market costs, all that. So that value they're very confident in, and that reflects current conditions. So we'd agree with that value.
3.75, everyone. And then I also want to talk about this exclusion list. So the exclusion list was part of the original report as well, but it has professional fees, furniture, PST, GST, third-party commissions, and all of those things, like professional fees, are typically 10% of the project, which is $20 million. Furniture is usually around 10% of the project, which is another $20 million. PST and GST is 11%, which is another $20 million. And third-party commission like LEED or Rick Hansen can be like $2 a square foot. So that's another $60 million in just exclusions. And I realized that that $60 million in exclusions has always been excluded, but I was wondering, how are we planning to pay for this? Are we coming back with another rate increase? Is this accounted for somewhere in our books?
Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, so I just want to take a moment to maybe elaborate on the information that's in the table in the appendix. My apologies, but the pages aren't numbered. The table is called Construction Cost Summary, and then the page before lists the exclusions. So the exclusions are really applicable to the construction costs, structural, architectural, mechanical, electrical, site work. So you see that list, the exclusions apply to that. Later at the bottom of the table, so the third row from the bottom, we have professional fees and other expenses, as well as PST. And some of the costs that you're referring to actually are within this table. The exclusions were just, as I said, it's a little bit confusing, but referring to the lines at the top. So if I elaborate a little bit more, there's no costs that we know about that aren't included in the overall budget, the $285.1 million. Exclusions, I would really categorize them in a few different ways. Some of the exclusions are outside of the scope of the project. So examples would be servicing fees or remediation on property outside of the scope of the project. Other items are just not applicable to our project. Examples from the exclusion list would be land costs or temporary facilities for user groups. We don't need those temporary facilities because the Lawson will be open until the new facility opens. And then some of the items are listed under or are categorized under professional fees and other project expenses, which we're estimating to be $21 million. And so those would be some of our design costs, anything like communications and staffing costs and all of those kinds of things. So they're all captured within this table.
To clarify, the exclusions under the professional fees and disbursements are not your construction fees, those are separate?
So the exclusions in the list apply to the direct construction costs, structural, architectural, mechanical, electrical, site work. So it's really the top half of this table.
10% if it included the consultant costs, if it's excluded. So that would be another 10% of the project cost?
So all of the costs associated with the project fall within this table. The 285.1 is the total cost for the project, including not only construction, but also design fees, any administrative fees, everything's within that 285.1.
Okay. So and the loose furnishings and equipment.
They're also included in this table, yes.
So why are they on this exclusion list then? Is it just the communication error, possibly?
Yeah, I would say that the table was formatted in a way that would make it easy for you to compare it to the Class D estimate. Perhaps we could have labeled it in a different way. The loose furniture would be captured under other project expenses within this table.
Okay, so, and the PST and GST are included and not excluded because they're showing up in both places?
So we have PST, there's some PST is captured under structural, architectural, mechanical, electrical. Anything that wasn't already captured is in the PST line on the bottom, and then GST is not applicable.
Okay, and then you mentioned that we wouldn't need more facilities, but do you think there is some, I don't know much about the phasing of this project. Is there cost to the phasing that is not captured?
No, this includes all the costs, including demolition of the Lawson once the new facility is open and operational.
So we don't waste more time on this. Are you able to show me to cross out some of these exclusions later on this exclusion list? Because it sounds like they actually are included even though they're listed as exclusions.
Yeah, we can do that later.
Okay, because I think that's where the confusion is lying, is that they're in both charts. But that is reassuring that they are included. That is good news. And then I wanted to ask this question about backwash tanks, saying that maybe that they're not required. And I was just reading a little bit about them, and I wanted to know more why we are not having a backwash tank, because it does seem like a health thing.
So through the chair, as design progresses, one of the elements noted here is around pool filtration. So there's a number of different ways that you can provide that, and the backwash requirements for all those systems are different. So now that we've advanced to the Class B, the backwash requirements are different and suited to the current design. So that's just noted as a change from the Class B to the from the Class D to Class B, but it is accounted for and it is it's included.
I did want to know a little bit about general requirements and fees. It's listed twice in the chart, and I just was wondering what the general requirements and fees are under the construction cost summary and why they're in two different locations. What are they?
So through the chair in the chart, the fees are listed in a few places. So in the top half of the chart, that would be very specific to construction. So some examples of general requirements on that would be things like site management, insurance costs, that type of thing, overhead costs for the construction. And then in the, I guess, third line from the bottom, and those fees, that would be design costs, everything outside of the construction cost. So there's fees in a few places, and that's how it's broken out.
I have two quick questions. The square meter, how many square meters or square feet is this, and what is the current estimate per square foot or meter?
So through the chair, can I just get clarification on your cost per square foot or square meter on which value you're referring to from the chart, please?
The project size, so the square meter or square foot of the project, and then the estimate per square meter or foot.
So through the chair, I can verify that the areas for the Class D estimate was 26,176. The gross floor area for the Class B estimate with our current design as it is 24,950 square meters, which is a decrease of 1,226 square meters, and that reflects efficiencies in the design, progression of design. So our footprint has actually shrunk slightly since the feasibility study. And on the cost per square meter, referring to the all-in project cost, so this is the 285.1, that works out to, for the Class B estimate, $10,891 per square meter.
It's timeout pay. I'm out of time, so I'll let someone else ask questions.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, under the assumptions, there's the demolition and decommissioning of the Lawson. Knowing that the grant money hinged on the Lawson's demolition at first, but that's changed over time, I'm wondering what the plan is with this portion of this project.
like to answer that? Ms. Shaley?
Through the chair, because the initial scope of the project was to demolish the Lawson, we have kept with that plan, and the facility, it has been designed without the Lawson in place, operating in the long term. So the Lawson will be kept operational until the new indoor aquatic center opens, and then it will be demolished. And that site will provide much needed parking and other support amenities outdoors to support the facility.
Through the chair, is there any chance for a community conversation on the demolition of the Lawson? Looking at some of the amenities that building could house besides the pool, from anything from an indoor skate park, climbing facilities, all types of alternate recreational facilities on a built piece of infrastructure already. For a city that doesn't have that many 365-day-of-the-year assets, is the Lawson in such poor shape that I understand as a pool with all the heating needs, chlorination, air quality, it doesn't suit anything. But outside of the use of a pool, are we maybe short-sighting a piece of useful infrastructure through the chair?
So I just want to remind that this is related to the supplemental report. That question might be better served as the overall pool.
I'll tie it together by saying, does this need a motion to have a conversation or any thought, or is there something that can get back to us from an administration opinion so we know what we're working off of? That way we don't have to get long with it.
Okay. Mr. Schisler?
Thank you, through the chair. So the Lawson generally is a decades-old building that's had water in it for some time and an older design, as we all know from previous discussions. In approximately 5 years from now, major upgrades would be needed to keep it going in a meaningful way as an aquatic facility, for sure. I know we've talked about here and in other places about, could you repurpose that building? Could you, I don't have an exact answer all formulated here, and the team might be able to help me, Councillor, but you're talking about an older building that's got lots of deficiencies and deficits beyond just the nature of the aquatic facility, filling in the tanks in the right way, basically using the outer part of that structure that needs some work in and of itself. Is there an opportunity for further discussion? Likely. Our analysis and our assessment of this way back at the feasibility study was that the risk of that as an older building, the cost of that to try and replenish it and keep it going for some reasonable amount of time to get value out of it was quite high, and we might be better off just to build new. Now, we didn't talk about every potential use of that building, I don't believe, so there's probably room for a conversation, but in general, it's seen as something that would cost money, would have a lot of risks, and you might be better off to demolish, continue with the current design, and if there was desire or need for other facilities, build new or adapt another facility would be likely cheaper in the long run, lifetime value kind of thinking. I know that's a lot of generalities, but that was our thinking last time and probably similar now. Yeah.
Appreciate the insight. Don't have to convince me about the state of the Lawson. My dad's one of the guys who jackhammered out the cement 20 years ago, and it was rotten back then. Repairing it every year for use. But a conversation for alternate uses, knowing how different sports and things have evolved. I just would appreciate a bit of feedback from administration. Starting this whole indoor aquatic up, of course, part of the grant money hinged on the demolition of the Lawson. It became a fact that the Lawson had to be demolished. Just a little bit of follow-up to make sure we just didn't set a path without having a wholesome look, without that paradigm hanging over the decision. I'd appreciate that feedback if it could, if it's not too much work to just...
We do have some analysis and numbers and things back from in the fall of 2024, the last time we really dug into the pool, October-ish last year, I think, Councillor, through the chair. So I think you're asking for sort of a summary. What are the kind of the parameters we're looking at? Is that?
I guess what I'm basically saying is I do trust administration's decision making. I know they went in with an assumption that this had to be demolished. It was a working assumption based on the grant money given. I just didn't want to take the chance that that working assumption became so ingrained that no second thought was given after it was changed. If you guys say you've reassessed afterwards, you've looked at alternate, I'm a mechanic, not a planner, not an engineer and architect, so I take your guys' word, but I'm just asking the question to make sure.
So are you wanting to do a motion to have that information brought back, Councilor Messinelli?
No, because motion incurs expense on administration. I'm just asking for, you know, a good line of sight. If they feel that it's needed a motion, they could do a better job. I'm sure someone will tell me right now.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Schisler there. If you can
Through the
comment.
chair, I'll start and then I'll actually, I'm going to send Mr. Hanson to add on here because I know he did a lot of that work. We did relook at some things last sort of over the summer and into the fall. There's a lot of questions about the Lawson and that type of thing. And so we took what we had from the original feasibility study. We made certain assumptions about costs and things over time. And we looked at things like straight up extension of the life of that building as is. All the way through, could you reno it and give it the scale that we're looking at with this new facility? What would that look like? It actually ended up being more expensive. We looked at non-aquatic use with remaining useful life and non-aquatic use with additional investment to extend. So we looked at all those things. And again, our conclusion was best to, given the condition. But Mr. Hanson did a lot of that work with the team, so I'll ask if he has anything to add.
Yep, through the chair, Mr. Schisler summarized the work well. We did look at the financials on that, and if we're looking at a non-aquatic, repurposing the Lawson for a non-aquatic use, the costs are still substantial to bring the facility up to code, meet accessibility requirements. The building envelope is in poor shape, the mechanical is in poor shape, so all of that would need to be upgraded even to repurpose, and we're getting into the territory of new build costs, despite the potential risks associated with going down that path.
Appreciate the answers. I know this indoor aquatic facility has already been very, very contentious with the money spent. Just seen an old building I didn't want to tear down before I asked the question, so I appreciate you indulging my questions. Thank you for the great information. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other questions on the supplemental report, I'll go to Councillor Turnbull to close debate. And then after we vote on this, we'll move to the main report. So Councillor Turnbull, would you like to close debate?
Firstly, thank you for preparing this report. I think it adds a lot to accountability and transparency for everyone to see what is happening. For my peace of mind, I would like to know what is excluded and is not excluded, because there seems like either a miscommunication there. That was my biggest concern with the report, was the exclusions, but if they're not excluded, then that's not a concern. And the cost escalation. This cost escalation says 3.75% going forward. We're at a Class B. A Class B is between 10 and 15%. Says cost escalation is 3.75%. And I think that we kind of want to know what we're paying for and what level it's going to escalate at with these things, within reason, of course. So knowing what we are actually looking at the cost and what to expect is really important. So thank you for preparing this, and I guess I would go back and I would like to request that structural tripled in cost and site work tripled in cost and mechanical doubled in cost. Is it materials? Is it shipping? Like, those are the three areas where our costs escalated very high in this project. Structural, site work, and mechanical. So if we look at those, especially structural alone was over $40 million. So I think if we were to look at the high price items, like what is happening in that area that has escalated this cost so much, and is there things that can be done? So thank you for putting this together, and I appreciate the detail.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the receive and file of this supplemental report.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-90, indoor aquatic facility design and cost options. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Turnbull to please introduce the report.
Okay. Last week's executive committee, we directed the administration to bring a supplemental report to include the costing appendix, which we just dealt with. And then we also recommended that City Council direct the mayor on behalf of City Council to lobby the provincial government to exempt the PST on the indoor aquatic facility project and direct administration to collect statistical data on the geothermal facility through the development and operational phases. And once significant data is available, report back to City Council on the full potential of the geothermal facility, with the report to include and not be limited to how this technology can be used as a strategic tool to advance, support, and incentivize development in the community at large, such as the formal tailored field lands and opportunities for generating revenue for the city through thermal energy. We also made a recommendation to approve a total project cost of $285.1 million for the new indoor aquatics facility, and to approve the administration's plan to fund the additional $40 million in costs by reprioritization of projects in the 10-year recreation and cultural plan, as outlined in the report, and an allocation of additional $10 million of the city's available debt room to the IAF, and we delegated authority to the city manager. And yeah, so that's the introduction.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, and a seconder. Councillor Flores, thank you. Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report?
So go ahead. Thank you. Through the chair, I think it's clear that Regina is a sports town, but that our sports and recreational assets are probably holding us back. People want more recreational assets in Regina. That's a good thing, but it will also cost money. And so I think, for me, this also warrants a discussion about our dedicated mill rate for recreation, and I suspect budget is the appropriate time to do that. But I think we've also heard, it will take 150 years to replace our current playgrounds. It will take decades to replace our hockey, pool, baseball, soccer and tennis assets. So I think for us, some takeaways for us here are we need to look at the recreational master plan and our dedicated mill rate for recreation and the policy and partnership it takes to make some of those things happen. But with that in mind, with some of the presentations today, I just have a couple questions for administration and potentially a small amendment. Am I correct that with our dedicated mill rate of 0.5, that equates to roughly about $17 million in revenue, or what would it be? What would our dedicated mill rate give us by way of revenue a year?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead. Who would like to answer? Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, if you can give me a minute, I'll do some math.
Yeah, sure. Maybe another question before then. So in a recreational master plan, we did surveys, and we had a community advisory group of several stakeholders. In that, we indicated that outdoor pools were considered about the 11th priority, dog parks the 10th, outdoor racket sports around the 16th, and we also acknowledged that certain sports were surging, but maybe we didn't have the data. Pickleball was one of those sports we identified back then that was growing. And certainly we had other sports that weren't really referenced, but given the demographic change in Regina and the sports growth, like cricket, we have worked with the community to identify the needs and invest in cricket pitches. So I guess my question would be, beyond public surveys, what tools did we use to inform the prioritization of recreational indoor and outdoor assets, and how do we revisit the needs periodically as our community grows and changes?
Who'd like to answer that one?
Thank you. Through the chair. At the time, that was done through conversations with community, surveys, developing the recreational master plan. And I would say, as we know, the indoor aquatic center came in rated #1. Yep. And some of the other sports came in, clearly lower. Dog parks was in the top 10. And I think racket courts were like number 16 in that entire listing. And if I may, in answer to your first question, the annual allotment for recreation in the recreation master plan, that dedicated mill rate nets us about $6.7 million a year.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what we're allotted ongoing from that original dedicated mill rate. We recognize, just as you did just now, that recreation needs the demands are very high in our city. I think some of our facilities, like our outdoor pools, were possibly a little bit over-serviced, and so residents expect to continue to receive that level of service. The same with some of the skating rinks and those types of things. And so trying to balance all of those needs within a $7 million plan every year is difficult. And I would also like to add, what we're suggesting right now in these recommendations are recommendations because we know we need to know where the funding is coming from for the IAF. That's not saying that we're not working with community ongoing for things like dog parks and pickleball. And those are only two of the things, as you mentioned, right? And so as we consider the budget coming forward in the 10-year capital plan for recreation, we will be looking at when we can put that funding back in to the master plan for those projects and what we can move around and identify. And certainly we would welcome more funding being put towards recreation.
Thank you very much through the chair. I think that's a good segue for potential or for an amendment. I think it's clear that based on the funding we allocate to sport and recreational assets, we'll never meet the needs of the community. And certainly that's a conversation for budget, but I think it's worth noting. I'd like to propose an amendment if I could, through the chair. And this, I think, is based upon some of the questions that were asked, but also what Ms. Bryden sort of mentioned, which is to acknowledge the fact that we may need to collect some more data from some of our user groups, and that there is an opportunity through this upcoming budgeting cycle, and certainly through our 10-year capital plan, to ensure we have assets that meet the needs of the community. So the amendment would read, A, direct administration to engage with pickleball users to better understand the unscheduled and scheduled usage and projected demand for pickleball assets. I'll email this. B, this information be provided to council to inform our recreational master plan, 2-year budgeting process and 10-year capital plan to ensure that our pickleball assets align with current and projected demand. And C, administration engage with the tennis and pickleball community to report back on the feasibility of enhanced joint use assets that serve the needs of each sport, and if feasible, the timing, capital, and operational requirements, and any implications on the recreational master plan. So again, I want to acknowledge the delegates that came today. I think what we're looking for here is more information, and based on that information, particularly unscheduled usage and the protected demand, we can make a decision then as we go into budget here this winter.
Okay, we'll just take a minute here just to get that drawn up. Did anybody get that amendment enough to second it, or do folks want to see it up first? Does anybody want to second it? See it up first? Okay. Okay, give us a moment to get that up on the screen. And then I'll be asking for a seconder. Okay, first, Councillor Fro, can you just make sure that that reflects what you had indicated?
Reflects the spirit and intent, yeah, you bet.
Okay, and so I'll give members a moment to read the amendment up on the screen. And if anyone would like to second, I would ask that they raise their hand. Councillor Burton has seconded. Okay, Councillor Fro, is there anything else you'd like to add on this? You'd have 3 minutes to speak further to this before we open it up to your colleagues for questions on this amendment.
Only that the information is intended to inform us that if we sort of miss something in the existing recreational master plan, and the information that we've largely been provided is scheduled usage. So this is really about gathering information. Depending on that information, we can make a decision at budget time on those new courts. So I hope it finds a balance to reflect the concerns of those that came today, indicating their promised new courts, but also allow us to look at that information in concert with other community needs.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open it up for questions to council on this amendment only. And then once complete, we'll vote on this amendment. We'll go back to the main motion. So for this amendment, that's what the questions are on at this time. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Sorry, I was on the list for the original. So in terms of this, then, I guess my concern is, I mean, we could add everything that we're putting in deferral and add it to this amendment, right? So I'm not against what you're proposing here, though I just kind of think that we have a lot on the list for deferral, and so we're only speaking to pickleball. So that's just my comments, but I'd like to be on for the original motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, apart from this amendment, how often does administration engage with the community to update their plans or get information for the master recreation plan? I think that there's many different organizations that probably have to add information too, so I'm just wondering what's communication like out of administration through the chair?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to take this opportunity to make one sort of subtle correction to one of the questions I answered to Councillor Fro, just in terms of how we fund our recreation capital plan. So there was a dedicated mill rate. That funding allots about $6.7 million annually into the recreation master plan. In addition to that, there's a $3 million that was also added. So annually, it's just under $10 million a year, but 6.75 from the dedicated mill rate. I just wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you for that question, Councillor. So our team is constantly in conversation with community and user groups. I don't know, I'll refer to the team to talk about how we specifically gather regular formal data, but I can tell you that we are constantly working with different user groups to talk about usage, availability, time, etc., especially around those user groups like Pickleball, where we're booking time for them, and so we know what their scheduled time is, etc., etc. And I would refer to Ms. Burton to speak on how we gather data to inform the recreation master plan specifically annually.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, so Ms. Bryden is correct. We do constantly engage with user groups. For the 10-year Rec and Culture Capital Plan, I believe the typical process has been about halfway through a master plan to come back in and look at sort of re-engaging and ensuring if it needs to be updated. I believe pending budget discussions that work is planned to happen in 2026. For the pickleball amendment specifically, I would just put out there that we're about halfway through the outdoor season right now, so some of the data we would gather trying to do that this year might be a little bit more difficult than if we had a longer time frame.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understood that properly. As part of your process, you go through a fairly intensive update halfway through the Rec Master Plan. We're hit that 5-year right now. So starting next year, you'd be reaching out for this kind of information regardless, and not just from pickleball, but from all sport and rec users. Is that correct?
Thank Thank you. Through the chair, pending the budget process and funding for that review, that is correct.
Okay. Budget process is really important. Every time we write our pen and make work, we also have to pay for that. I appreciate the intent of this and wanting to engage the public, but knowing that this is a larger part of a bigger engagement and that it'll have this season's use when it's collected and it meets the intent of what this is trying to get to, I can't support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, my thoughts are a bit similar to Councillor Radon's with the other aspect of dog parks. And so my first question is actually to the administration is that in these, you have formal groups that might be formed to utilize certain spaces, but there's also casual users that roll up at different hours and stuff. And is there any method that we use to kind of determine any kind of stats other than people phoning in and yelling that it's too full, too busy, or any of those types of things? Is there any kind of casual assets like these?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Burton, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, in the past, the more casual statistics have been gathered using staff collecting the data manually. So going out to the site and monitoring the use.
And so would that be as a result of then a complaint, inquiry, councillor motion to, because it could be to washrooms that are in a public location or something like that. Is it usually directed towards some particular item through the chair?
Sometimes it's exactly as you noted through those methods. For something like gauging use of washrooms, there's things you can install on outdoor washrooms, counters and stuff like that, that allow you a little bit less staff intensive ways of counting the usage. But for outdoor racket courts, it would probably be pretty labor intensive.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
Hi, my thoughts are also similar to Councillor Radin's. Like, I feel like we should almost put the whole list in there if we're going to do it, but we also have a recreational master plan, and it rates our projects and our priorities, and things have been well thought of, and this is sort of pulling this out of the rating system, out of that, and that matrix has things like accessibility and needs and all of those things, and it exists already. That's the documents there, our guiding document and our guiding strategic priorities. And so I think that work is already being done. And so I don't know if we need a motion for it when we already have a recreation plan with the things in the matrix, with the work being done, with the things being prioritized. And Councillor Pro said it earlier, we don't have enough funds to serve all of our infrastructure. And we can't pull one thing out. We would have to pull all the things out and look at a recreational plan, which we have. So I think that I'm against this because we already have a recreational master plan with the matrix and we have administration working on it. So this just seems like a duplication of work, taking it out of the matrix, and we might be doing disservice to another project because everything we do has a domino effect. Our number one priority is affecting these projects. So what happens if we take this one out will affect the other projects. And that is the whole point of having a recreational master plan and a matrix and professionals and consultants who have done this work to advise us on the priorities. So because of that, I am against taking this one thing out of the plan to look at separately.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't be a broken record. I'm in favor of the intent. Hearing the answer from administration, I'm in the same boat. I feel like singling out one sport is, given that we do a review of the sports as a whole as the master plan, I'd rather see it done through the current process that we have in place. So that's my thoughts. Seeing no other questions, I'll go back to Councillor Fro to close debate on this amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the perspective of my colleagues. I think the one important distinguishing factor is that our recreational master plan, from what I understand, is predominantly based upon surveys and consulting with user groups, but it doesn't necessarily account for what changes in the community, namely our demographics and the usage of the sport. And so not unlike how we've engaged with the cricket community to recognize the needs of that particular community, I think we have to allow ourselves to be cognizant and recognize the demands of our community. And so so I'll just state that, but certainly respect everyone's purview. I think the second distinguishing factor here is that this was planned, right? So this was a planned investment that the community was looking forward to. But I respect everyone's purview, and I certainly believe from what I hear today, nothing precludes us down the way from looking at the growth of pickleball and ensuring that they have the assets that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. With that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment as presented on the screen.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is lost in a result of 9-2. The following voting in favor as follows: Councillor Fro and Councillor Burton. Those voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Radins, Bezo, Rasevich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Siklis, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fro, it is back to you on the main motion. You have about 2 minutes left. Go ahead.
The community resoundingly supports the Indoor Aquatic Center. We have been talking this project to death. Let's get shovels in the ground so our community can have a pool that they can be proud of and that we can all use. So I have nothing further to add other than I most certainly will be supporting it, and it's time to get going.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Radins, so I'll open up for questions. Councillor Radins, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I just have a comment and not so much a question. It has been mentioned various times that indoor fitness and recreation matters. And we have 7 months of dark, snow, cold, and we have a community that needs and wants to be vital, be healthy, stay active, etc. over the dark months of the year. So this plan to do so, it goes without question. Not only does this aquatic center meet as a specific discipline, it could draw national, international events that helps to grow the economy and our community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. So as we start making our decisions here, I can't help but think of the song by Queen called "I Want It All," and it's I want it all and I want it now, but I know that we can't have it all right now. With that, the pool's been on the books for a very long time, and we need to look at where we reallocate in the interim to deal with that. So a question I do have to the administration is, in the opinion of the administration, are there currently enough pickleball courts available in Regina to service current needs?
Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, at this point in time, we do believe that there are enough pickleball courts in Regina to suit needs. I believe there's 18 that are turf. And then we have, I think, 24 more paved pickleball courts in the city, and we know that those are not utilized to the maximum at this time. We also understand pickleball is growing. I want to point out that the additional 8 courts at Douglas Park were scheduled for 2027, not 2025, not 2026, but for 2027. And so we will certainly be giving consideration to the growth of that sport as we look at our capital plan this upcoming fall, and then next year with a full-on review of the recreation master plan, pending funding available for that review.
Thank you. So through the chair, so that total amount includes the pickleball hub at Real, or is that just?
Thank you. Through the chair, that is the outdoor courts specifically, not including the indoor courts at Real.
And so how does the, through the chair, how does the administration consider full, capacity based upon, other assets that are beyond city control as they make determination as to where they would augment and add capacity?
So through the chair, so the city does have, there is indoor spaces that the city does own that are used for pickleball, some of the recreation facilities, the field house that are available, but not necessarily specific for pickleball, the same as tennis. So the spaces at Real are utilized, as you heard from the delegation. I think their usage is quite high in the winter. And I don't know specifically if they're maximized during the winter. That part I don't know. I'm not sure if our team would know, as that is a privately operated facility.
Okay, so it'd be safe to say that the City of Regina has met its obligations to provide a reasonable amount of facilities to pickleball at a reasonable time. Yes.
Through the chair, we believe so at this time, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Councillor Fro, if you'd like to close debate, you can go ahead. Oh. Can you make sure you put your light on ahead of time, just to make sure I have him in the speaking queue? Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, so I definitely support the pool, but I have major questions about this geothermal. I just believe it creates a lot of risk. If you compare the fluids, because when PTRC was here talking about Netherlands, the fluids between the Netherlands, what they're using for geothermal and what we plan to do in the Deadwood is remarkably different and way more risky. You know, you'd start looking at corrosiveness, the salinity levels that differ between Netherlands and here. I'll give you an example. The liquid here is like 100,000 milligrams per liter in salinity. In Netherlands, it's between 10 and 30,000 milligrams per liter. In terms of porosity and permeability of the formation, where it's coming out of. The formation of the Deadwood is way tighter. And if you don't get flow, the water is not going to move. And so there's major, like in terms of they measure, in terms of it's measured in Darcy's. So the porosity in Netherlands, for example, is, it's like 300 to 1,500 Darcy's. In the Deadwood, it's between 10 and 100 Darcy's. We might have to frack it. I guess so there's a lot of risks involved with this. And I know people say, well, you're not the expert. Well, you know what? There's not one geothermal project that's been drilled in the Deadwood. The other factors is when I'm looking at the Appendix C here in terms of cost, first of all, natural gas, we know what it's going to do and it's reliable. It's reliable, we know. With this project, we have no idea what's going to happen. What about workovers? Are the costs of the work, I'll ask that question, are the costs of workovers in Appendix C, are they in there?
Mr. Schisler?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Struthers in a moment here, but there was a full feasibility study done on geothermal, given our location and everything else. So some of this work was done, and Mr. Struthers can speak to it. But to your specific question, I'll ask him to start on that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, Appendix C compares geothermal details in the report. So I'll just refer to some of those numbers there. So in the scenario without carbon tax, the 50-year costs for natural gas compared to geothermal shows that geothermal is about $4.6 million cheaper. Included in that 50-year cost for the geothermal and the operating cost, that does include all maintenance to that, all workovers to that, wellhead maintenance. Really? To the best of our knowledge, all of that's included in there, which would total around 6.9 million of the total 50-year geothermal costs.
Well, I'll give you an example. In Netherlands, for example, if they have to do a major workover, that's worth between 1.5 and 3 million euros. And then there's annual maintenance costs. So I question those numbers. I tried to add up the numbers in here, the geothermal, the initial capital 28.5 million, and then annual utilities came out to 26.8 million when I timed it by 50 years. If I add that to 28.5 and just annual utilities, we're almost close to the 69 million. So where's the workovers? Where is it?
Go ahead.
So through the chair, the items you're referring to, workovers, would be included in the annual operating costs, which is 137,500, and that would be over 50 years. So take that.
Well, I've researched some numbers. That is pretty inaccurate. That would be annual operating, maybe. Okay, so where are the chemicals that they're going to use to help mitigate all the scaling? Is that part of the 137?
Through the chair, that's correct. To the best of our knowledge, the annual operating costs are all included.
Sounds good. So when you have a pump failure that could cost $700,000 or 700,000 euros, well, where's that in there? So what I'm talking about is in Netherlands, the water, the liquid is way less, it's easier to work with by far. And we're going into a formation of water that's going to be very, very challenging. So in terms of workovers, these numbers are, they're not right. They're not right. So again, I just believe going down this path with our taxpayers is kind of crazy. Let's be honest. You know, I think PTRC needs to be here to talk about all these costs, because you know what? I challenged all the other councillors to actually do some research on this and actually Google facilities in Netherlands, because there has been one geothermal produced out of the deadwood. Not one. So should we be the guinea pig? Hey, if the federal government wants to pay for it, well, let them pay for it. That's a great experiment, because it is an experiment right now. You know, I'm not saying this out loud because I want taxpayers to know we're doing an experiment with their tax dollars, which is pretty scary. Well, workovers are basically going, you know, dealing to scaling, pumps failing. What else you got here? Pump failures, liner collapse, problems with scaling, you know, and especially with this type of formation and the salinity, you're going to have a ton of scaling. So anyways, you know, I guess I'll try it again. I guess it's called an amendment. Amendment, Dave? Yeah, I'd like to put an amendment forward that I want to put an amendment forward to relook at the geothermal, because we haven't even talked. So the pool has gone up all this money. We haven't talked about this project, this part here going up in value. How's that not going up in value? How come this hasn't gone up 10%, 20%? How? Why haven't we talked about that?
Okay, so just, can I just get clarity, Councilor Rasevich, do you want to do the amendment right now? Is that what you want to do, or do you want to answer to your question?
Well, answer my question first, then I'll do the amendment.
Okay. Okay, so who would like to answer that question? Mr. Schisler, go ahead.
I can start through the chair. Just, I know we keep talking about PRTC. PRTC was involved in our work, but we also used, and I know council met, most of council would have met engineering firms and engineers with worldwide expertise in geothermal work in Europe and in Australia. So it wasn't just the PRTC. They were definitely involved, councillor, but it wasn't just them, just for everybody's clarity. There was a fair amount of feasibility work done. I'm not an engineer and I'm not going to get into that. I've got a great team here that can though. So to your question about why haven't the proposed or the budgeted costs for geothermal increased yet? I'm going to ask Mr. Struthers again to start, and if he needs any help, he's got a team over there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, what we've learned through the geothermal design process is there is options as far as redundancy and selections through the design process and scaling capacity and that type of thing where we can meet the budget. So there are, I guess, some more options there, so to speak, to make sure that that $28.5 million budget is adequate, and we're confident that it is.
So I guess you're saying that price is going to stay the same? Okay.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I'll give you some examples of workovers.
Okay, so
okay,
I just want to check because, yeah, so you're out of time for discussion, but I've got your amendment, I believe. So just to be clear, so your amendment is similar to last week at executive committee to remove the geothermal component from the project.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll do it again.
Let's just get that up on the screen here.
Can do it. I can't talk.
Okay, so I'll just check, Councillor Rasevich, can you just check that, make sure it reflects what you're asking for?
To replace the natural gas power solution. Yeah.
Okay, with that, I will ask for a seconder for this amendment. Councillor Bezo. Okay, so with that, Councillor Rasevich, you get a fresh 3 minutes for this amendment specifically.
Yeah, sure.
So go ahead.
Hey, I'm not against innovation. I'm not against like doing new things. But when we're talking about spending 285 million or more and then trying to install this and take on that risk and be the first, I think it's very risky. I think it's kind of irresponsible, actually. Because when that doesn't, if it doesn't work, I'll give you an example. In the Netherlands, you know, one of their geothermals, they had a workover. It was at one facility there. It was 800,000, 1.5 million. There's another one. I can't even pronounce their names. They had an ESP failure. That's an electrical submersible pump, for example. $700,000 workover. Replace the pump. You know, these things, and especially in an environment out of the deadwood, not one has been done. Not one. So I guess I would say that if the provincial government or the federal government, they're that confident, they think something like this would work, because then it would be beneficial for, I guess, other cities or other areas like North Dakota, South Dakota, because the deadwood only runs in certain areas, right? So it would be, you know, it would be an investment for them instead of our taxpayers. So I think I encourage all you guys to do some research on this, on the formations and the salinity and the corrosiveness and everything that goes along with the deadwood. So I'll just kind of leave it at that, and I already know where it's going to go. So anyways, we'll do the vote.
No, it's all good. So actually, I do have some folks that want to ask some questions on it, but before that, we do have to take our mandatory break first. So we'll take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 4:37. We'll be back. Okay, I'll get people to take their seats, please. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So Councillor Rasevich just completed opening for his proposed amendment. That is up on the screen. So I will go and open the floor to questions. First I have Councillor Sickleys. Go ahead, Councillor Sickleys. This is on the amendment. Yeah.
No, sorry, I don't have anything.
You don't have anything for that? Okay. No problem. So next I have Councillor Bezo. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mike.
This is on the proposed amendment, not the main motion. This is the proposed amendment.
Perfect. Thank you very much through the chair. Just to discuss further about this main motion and Councillor Rasevich's motion here. Several questions.
This is just on the amendment.
This is on the amendment. This is several questions I have specifically on this amendment about removing the geothermal. One is when we look at the rock formation that we have out there, there's a lot of unknowns. So it comes down to the question is, has anyone done this in Saskatchewan, period, and been successful at it?
Mr. Schisler, go ahead.
Thanks. So again, there was a feasibility work done. There has been a number of experts who've looked at the situation. I will say that I'm going to ask Mr. Struthers to answer that question in just a second, but at some point here around some of the very big details of certain things, we may need to rely on folks who aren't here to get into that details. Not sure how far we need to go, but just want to say that we did, again, use PRTC and expert engineering firms to help us with feasibility work. But to the question, has anybody drilled like this in Saskatchewan?
Use the geothermal to what we're trying to do successfully
Not to
in
our
this formation.
Not to our knowledge on this scale, no. Through the chair.
Do you want Mr. Struthers to weigh in or no? Yeah, go ahead.
So through the chair, the closest project we could compare this to would be the ongoing geothermal work in the Estevan area, which they're using. It is a different application, but it would be into the same formation.
Do you know the temperature of their formation versus our formation?
Through the chair, I don't know exactly what it is, but that formation, as we understand it and as our experts have advised, extends for most of the province. And as you move south in the province, it gets deeper and warmer. So I'd anticipate it would be warmer than our 60-degree anticipated temperature here.
Okay, so it really comes down to no one that we know of in Western Canada or North America is actually doing this in this formation. Not even some of our local mines in the area are doing this, are they? Or are they not?
So through the chair, there is a number of wells drilled to the same depth. It's not used for geothermal, but there are some disposal and mining wells, that type of thing, that are drilled to the same depth into the same formation.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the drilling depth. We know we can drill a hole to that depth. My concern is the risk portion, the risk element of it. Why are we accepting the risk of doing something that no one has done in North America, but we're at the City of Regina, we're accepting that risk?
Through the chair?
Well, I think the acting city manager want to speak. This one, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just thought that for some contextual and background, perhaps one of our officials, and I'm going to look to Mr. Gray, can explain the process by which we applied to the federal government for this and what the criteria was and what the expectations were. So in the sense that to allay any concerns that this is just a wild guess approach. So, Mr. Gray.
Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Through the chair, so I might have my dates wrong, but I believe in 2022, end of 2022, we started down the path of pursuing this geothermal feasibility. We contracted with the PTRC, and then they subcontracted, obviously, with the numerous other engineering firms to provide their expertise through different parts of the feasibility study. So in the federal government, we had to submit both the feasibility study and a climate lens assessment that had a bunch of other climate-related, not just climate, but sustainability-related information. All of that kind of was assessed by the federal government and the provincial government to help determine whether or not we'd be successful for the application. We relied on the fact that they also reviewed the information and were excited about the projects. And they are providing probably 50% of the cost of the geothermal heating facility. So there's some confidence from the federal and provincial government that they're willing to fund the project as well.
So if I hear you correctly, we got some confidence that somebody reviewed a report and said, I'm confident that you put your report together, but I don't have any, no one signed off that this is going to work. So the risk now becomes everyone sitting around this table that we're going to associate this project with the risk that we're going to approve or disapprove. And then the risk is on the taxpayer. The burden is on the taxpayer if this works or not works. So what's worst case scenario if this does not work?
Who'd like to answer that?
I think it would depend on, generally, through the chair, what stage that occurred, Councillor. There could be higher or lower points of risk depending on when it was. But if I might ask for clarification, are you saying we're kind of up and running and then it fails? What's that scenario look like? Or
yeah, we're up and running. We spent all this money. We're into this this project, into geothermal. We're into it for 6 months. We start having flow issues. We start having major issues, pump issues, salinity issues. We start having major issues, and we say, at what point do we say this does not work?
Okay, thank you. And
at what workover costs? At what maintenance costs? At what point do we say this does not work?
So thank you for the clarification. That's helpful. And through the chair, so in a situation where we had to, for example, contemplate, okay, we've already built it, it's been running, now we have to shut it down and do something different. What does that look like? And I'll ask Mr. Struthers to comment on that in a minute. I would say the feasibility work that was done did consider the particulars of what we would be drilling into, how it would work, and the materials used to successfully use that. So again, it's a feasibility study, but those things were considered. But if we had to do for some long period of time or permanently go from geothermal to likely natural gas, what potentially could that look like? It's a bit of speculation here in some cases on what exactly that would be, if it's January or June, those types of things. But I know Mr. Struthers has some good thoughts on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair and all the work that we've done with our geothermal design team, there hasn't been any major risk flagged for us. So in all their experience with the European and Australian examples that we've referenced in the past, they continually go back to lessons learned, modeling, software used, approach there, risk mitigation, all the equipment that we've discussed around salinity and filtration, all of that. They all have very vast experience with that. They've encountered different approaches, different risks there, and they're very confident in everything they've seen, all the work done to date, that this will be successful. So we share that opinion. To your question on if it doesn't work, I guess maybe just to elaborate on that a little bit, we do have the natural gas backup boiler in the system as a secondary source during periods of outages, that type of thing, maintenance. So if it was determined that this geothermal wouldn't be functional, we'd have to look at some enhancements to that natural gas backup to provide the required energy for if the geothermal system wasn't functional, but we have no indication that would occur.
So if this does not work, we haven't priced out the actual Plan B option. 100% we have to abandon this well, what do we have for a plan B? And what's the cost on it?
So through the chair, I don't have exact cost on that scenario that you're referencing. I'd suggest it would be cost related to enhancing the natural gas boiler system, as well as any well abandonment, or depending on when that would be known. But that's all I'd have to offer today.
Okay, and just kind of a further question on the operational costs. I agree with Councillor Rasevich. I believe those operational costs are quite low. You know, from experience on service rigs, bringing the service rig into Regina to do service rig work is going to tend towards $50,000 and up, probably $250,000 to do regular servicing. What has been factored in, and what quotes have we received for service rig costs? And what's the frequency? Do we know the frequency on the service rig costs?
So through the chair, I can expand a little bit on this. So again, referring to the life cycle 50-year costs in Appendix C. So just to clarify, in the scenario, geothermal scenario, the $28.5 million initial capital, that's the cost that we're looking at for the entire project. In the column to the right of that, there's a 50-year total capital cost for the geothermal system, and that's $35.2 million. So some of the capital work that you're referring to, make orders or workovers, large pump replacement, large capital ongoing work would be included in that $35.2 million, the difference between 35.2 and 28.5. And in addition to that, there is also annual operating costs factored into this, which would be more of the minor, regular, day-to-day operating costs, chemicals, that type of thing. So we believe to date all of those costs are factored in as shown for the 50-year period.
Okay, sounds like we're missing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, this is for the amendment, just a reminder.
Oh, I know. To start, in terms of this being like untested here, the University of Regina, we talked about this last week, I believe it was in 1979, they drilled, they've been testing this since 1979. Is that correct? Can someone confirm with me? Did I imagine that, or has the University of Regina been testing this since 1979? Geothermal here in Regina.
Go ahead, Mr.
So through the chair, I can confirm the geothermal test well at the U of R was drilled in 1979. There was extensive testing done at that time. I believe since then, that exact well has been decommissioned. I'm not familiar with all the details there, but when it was initially drilled, all the testing was done at that time.
Okay, so we do have testing here in our city about this. And we've had multiple meetings with experts, as already referenced. So these are engineers, the Petroleum Technology Research Center. Folks did their due diligence by visiting other locations. And I actually wonder why, like if you knew that if there was prior knowledge that this amendment would come back, it would have been good to have those experts come and answer some of your questions today. So I did my own research as suggested, and so here's what I've come up with, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong. The brine goes through a heat exchanger, and energy, this is what would happen with this geothermal well, and the energy is removed and transferred to a glycol system that goes through the building. There is no scaling. The deadwood was tested at the university well and proved to support this. All replacement costs are included in the budget. And the pool water is heated through the heat exchanger as well. Nothing touches the brine from the deadwood. Am I wrong? Is that correct or not? That's what I'm, that's
Go ahead. So through the chair, yeah, that's correct. The brine that comes up would be transferred to a glycol system, so the brine itself would stay within a closed system at surface.
Great. And finally, I do want to remind folks that we already passed another amendment that said we would like to see how well this goes with the geothermal study it and consider its application in other situations in Regina. So that amendment that we already passed contradicts this amendment. So just reminding folks that we have committed to further study on this topic. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, I'll try and make this quick. The supplemental report we just had showed it was more the traditional construction that was actually our cost increase, and it did not show this as a cost increase. But that said, I want to talk about the risks and inefficiencies. Because if we were to relook at this now, we are looking at a redesign and delay of the project, which would have costs, and they would not come with actual new things. It would just be costs for consultants, and we won't be getting results from it. We would also have a cost to our strategic goals of sustainability and have to redesign to our LEED standards, which have been agreed upon. So that would be a cost and inefficiency there too. We would also be losing our future operational savings, which we would get from this. We would also have possibly a reputation risk and lose some federal funding and provincial risk if we were to do that. And all of those are costs to the taxpayers without a tangible extra project. We've seen over the years the cost of this delays. We've seen over the year the cost of redesign. And we've heard from delegates who have said very clearly that, look, we redesigned it and it still cost the same amount and now we're getting less because we held back. We have gone forward with this. This is a risk and an inefficiency for us to go back. And this is where we are. And there was another question, and the question was, why here and not other areas? And it's because we are incredibly lucky to have this resource under our feet where we are. Not everywhere in the world has this. And that gives us an opportunity for innovation like innovators, and we get to expand and we get to explore this to see if we can use this in other future projects. So I'm here again saying that this not only makes sense, we are going this direction, is actually the most cost efficient way, is the best way for the environment, and we get to be a leader here in Regina. And I'm very proud to be in this innovative spot and embrace that entrepreneurial spirit. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly through the chair, really respect the background of several of my colleagues that have worked in this space, but I do want to state for the record, in case anyone is watching today, that outside of McPherson Engineering and PTRC expertise on this file, their consortium, the experts that they've looked to for advice, including hydrogeological, environmental engineers, geological and reservoir engineering specialty. We have an entity called Rockwater out of Australia, Pantera out of the Netherlands, and a consortium of world-class experts that have worked on hundreds of projects all around the world. So undoubtedly there's risk, but I just want to state, although they're not here, this consortium quite literally has some of the world's leading experts as it relates to geothermal. And then just perhaps also for the record, understanding the characteristics in Regina are different. There are immense large geothermal projects happening across Canada. Vancouver Airport expansion, Porquay, Fort Nelson, Swan River, Grand Prairie. Geothermal's been around for 10,000 years. I think we're pretty lucky to have it in Regina too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I just have one question on the costing of the natural gas on the estimates given. What inflation lever was used?
Who'd like to answer that? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Struthers.
So through the chair, the natural gas costs and any rates there are in today's dollars. And I believe it had a couple of years out for natural gas projections. But beyond that, any rate changes in natural gas pricing and that type of thing would be in addition to the costs shown.
So when we look at that payback over time, understand the carbon tax came off and that took a big edge off, but factually, is it likely that anything remains the same price for 50 years through the chair? Thanks, but the warm water coming out of the ground isn't going to increase in price. So appreciate all the interest put into this. If I look at that costing through a logical sense, it's not a good estimate because they haven't accelerated it for inflation over 50 years. So truthfully, the geothermal looks even better when I compare it against that. Appreciate the questions about the salinity of the water. I note that during the presentation, they talked about an extra process to filter the water going back in for fear of plug-ups for those salinity and the amount of solids carried in the water. It gives me resolution to follow through, knowing that that was identified, answered, and planned for. The piping itself has been changed for scaling, knowing we couldn't use traditional pipes with the salinity and the solids embedded in this liquid. They've planned for that as well. The caution there being answered for already gives me even more resolution to support this. I think this is planned. I think this is a gift horse. I think this is savings for the future, and I don't fear it, so I'm going to not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Can I get clarification? I know it was put in the report before, but just so that I have the numbers, how much are we going to save over the course of 20 to 50 years or annually if we were to go geothermal versus what we're currently using as a source?
Who would like to answer that?
I can start.
Mr. Schisler, go ahead.
Through the chair, if you go to Appendix C of the original report, Councillor, the geothermal cost benefit analysis, that table, and Mr. Charles has referred to it a few times today, the second sort of set of information, the scenario without carbon tax, sort of compares the two, and without a carbon tax and without, as Councillor Mancinelli noted, inflationary factors over that long term, 50 years for natural gas or other things, that cost-wise it's roughly equal. The difference would be that if you look at it, if you look across those lines, the geothermal is upfront capital, the natural gas is smaller upfront and then longer term operating costs. And I think what's also noted just below that table is there's a financial cost, and then, I mean, from a carbon cost, obviously the geothermal is dramatically less.
Okay, thank you.
That's all from you, Councillor Radens?
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
thank you.
No, that's okay. I just double checking. Okay, with that, I'll go to Councillor Rasevich to close debate on the amendment. Go ahead.
Again, being first, I guess, creates lots of risk. But it sounds like everybody, sounds like, I guess, people are willing to take that risk. I'd be willing to take that risk if somebody else is willing to pay for it on behalf of our taxpayers, because we don't know what we're going to get in this situation. So again, I'm all for innovation, but again, with that in mind, I know Councillor Turnbull said it's going to cost more. We don't, I hear what you're saying, but we don't know how much it could cost us. Like if things don't go the way they should. I'd rather go with what I know right now in this time and place instead of taking risks on behalf of our taxpayers right now. That's how I kind of feel, and with that money that's left over, you know what, we could have the dog parks, we have the turf, we could have the pickleball, and we could throw whatever's left over, throw it through energy and sustainability. So anyways, I mean, that's pretty much all I really have to say. So I personally don't want to take that risk on behalf of all our taxpayers.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. So with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor were Councillors Bezo and Rasevich. Those voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Burton, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Sickles, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the main motion now, and I had Councillor Sickleys and then Councillor Bezo on the main motion. Pardon me? Sure, yeah. Okay, Councillor Bezo, you can go first. Go ahead.
Just give me 1 second here. Just on the main motion, specifically around the cost overrun and the pool, what we're talking about. So the main motion right now is on these cost overruns. I do have a very uncomfortable feeling going on these different class of estimates. And as Councillor Turnbull said, you know, we've gone up more than kind of the Class D estimate. We're higher than that, plus or minus 25–50%. Councillor Mark Burton said it very well today. Like the Queen song, we want it all. It really comes down to balancing the wants and the needs. When I'm sitting here at this position where I fulfill, I want to work with the city of Regina. I want to work with the people in Regina and make sure that we have an affordable government for people to enjoy Regina, but not being taxed to death. Right now, the city administration has mentioned to us our borrowing costs last week, they said, are 57 cents per $10 million. Looking at these numbers, I want to just extrapolate some of these numbers. 156 million borrowing for this project. If you add the 15%, we're at about $180 million. If you look at the annual net new operating costs, about $6 million. If you factor that through to a mill rate and proposed tax increase, we're sitting anywhere between the 7 to 8.5% dedicated mill rate increase for this project. So last budget season, which was only a few months ago, we went to 7.34 for the entire city. So this project sits at about 7 to 8.5%. So some of the numbers I'm going to ask administration to confirm is how much money are we going to borrow for this project? Is the report right, about $156 million?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes. So between both the geothermal and the pool, it's roughly $170 million.
So we're going to borrow, what, $170 million. So does it sound correct? That's where we're going to be sitting kind of as the increase, 57 cents per $10 million of borrowing? That's what the cost is?
So the cost of the debt for this project is roughly 3.35% mill rate increase for the total debt.
Okay, so how are those numbers different? Last time it was 57 cents per 100 million. Can you explain how you got to that 3% versus where is their final number going to be lying?
So, right, so for every 10 million, it's roughly, we updated our model this week to include the increases in taxes for the 2025 tax year. So it's actually only about 42 cents for a median household.
So you increased taxes already based on your new model. So last week's information was not 57 cents, now it's 42 cents because that's factored in already a tax increase?
Right.
So am I reading something wrong? Like last week, the information, the report that we have today still has the same information, but now we're saying it's going to be less.
So through the chair, right, this becomes complex when you're dealing with time. So we're basing that off of 2024. So it's 57 cents roughly if you're basing it off 2024's tax load. Every year, the tax load in Regina grows through volume and through mill rate increases. As that grows, then your $11 million payment on the debt for this project changes every year. So we're relating it to a year. So when we relate it to 2024, 2025, consider it 50 cents as a good estimate per month for the median household, which based on current tax load is roughly a 3.35% tax increase for the pool.
For the pool alone, 3.35 for the pool. We already heard we have roughly a $6 million lift or net new expense on operating for the pool, which is our last budget season was only months ago, and that was roughly $3 million per mill rate. So that's roughly 2 or somewhat less than 2. So, you know, between the pool, 3.5, between the new operating expense, we're still kind of sitting in that 7 to 8% increase for that. We add on a new library, we're at 3%. We're add on water network expansion dedicated, we're another 2%. So can you confirm my numbers are right? Are we kind of looking, before we talk to our other service partners, we could be looking at anywhere between 8 to 12% mill rate increases here?
So through the chair, no, we would never see an 8 to 12% mill rate increase this year related to this. The mill rate increase for this year for the debt's estimated at 0.5%. And we step that up as we build it, and it'll grow to 3%, roughly, the 3.3%.
As we go through the construction phase. So
Correct.
I'll ask this question in another format then. Yeah, I understand the construction costs will change throughout the construction processes. So once the construction process is complete and we are operational, what is our projected, and providing a library is approved this year and the water network expansion is approved, what is our future, based on what we know today, what is our future 3.5 library project and network water expansion? What does that look like for our decision today affecting what's going to happen in a couple of years from now when the pool's done? What does our net new tax increase look like?
For the through the chair.
Through the pool, we're talking about a library coming up here right away, and we have a dedicated mill rate for a water expansion that we approved. So what would our net new increase be because of this project?
All right, so through the chair, the total debt-related mill rate will be for the water network expansion is 1.67%. Now that's for the total cost of the water network expansion, the debt related to that. We've already put some of that in the mill rate right now. So I'm not sure exactly what's left to grow on that. We would then have, like I said, 3.35 for the indoor aquatic facility and the geothermal. We would then have another 0.59 for the development charge projects that we're lending for this year. So 0.6, let's call it. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, so right now we could be looking at, just give me a second here, before we even start any kind of budget deliberations from your numbers just on these constructions, we're looking at a minimum, once again, 6 to 7%, 6 to 8% minimum coming up right away. So my concern is
Councillor, you're out of time, so if you just want to.
Yeah, no, you confirmed the numbers. Thank you very much. We're looking at a significant tax increase again.
Okay, Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to say that this pool has already been passed by previous council. The only thing we're deciding on is on a $40 million increase. And administration has already come up with to adapt to that increase as outlined in the report. So let's move on. Let's move forward to pave something new that this council want to do for our community. Please, I cannot continue to rehash decisions that have already been made. Let's move forward, people. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to confirm, so there was no miscommunication. Councillor Adams already did it, that this is about the 40 million, not about a 3% mill rate increase, so we don't get the wrong headline in the paper that's not true to this report at all or anything. And I just wanted to confirm my memory. When we built the stadium, we took on debt. Did we grow the tax base ahead of that debt with mill rate increases, or did we wait till we built the stadium and then put a future mill rate increase for the next number of years?
Well, through the chair, I wasn't here at that time, but what I believe, and my colleagues can correct me, and what we try to do with most projects is to bring the mill rate in slowly. So it's sort of a pay-as-you-go idea. So bringing in, say, a half point. Same thing as we talked about today around the rec dedicated mill rate, right? It was 0.5 a year for 5 years to get up to 2.5 total. And that's how you get to the 6.75 million. The stadium would have been the same way. We're doing the same thing with the pool. So we're not jumping 3% all at once. I believe we've already put some on for the pool, and we'll do incrementally where we can, so that we don't have sort of a big jump in any one fiscal year.
Appreciate that. I know some has been put to the pool already. Because I believe this is being done in a more responsible manner, I want to draw a little bit of attention to the actual stadium. How many years of a 0.45 mill rate increase were incurred from 2016 through 2022? Does anyone remember? Am I the old guy in the room?
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Through you, Mayor, my recollection, which I believe is common, it was 10 years. It was 0.5 each year for 10 years.
Yeah. And so just trying to bring that memory to the room and some of our budgeting problems of the past. You'll notice that some of the pools, debt has already been started to be encompassed as we've gone through this, as Mr. Anderson just indicated. And the remaining growth for the debt comes as we construct the pool in incremental steps. So this has been a planned investment. It's an investment for our community. I think that there was maybe a sense of unexpected expense or fear to be kind of brought about right now, and I just didn't want that going forward. It was very hard to put almost a 0.5% mill rate increase on a stadium that it was very tough to do that year after year at budget. To have this come through in incremental steps as we're building it, I think is quite responsible of administration, and I think that's probably the responsible way to address it as a council too. So I support this, and I appreciate the work gone into this package to try to account for the overruns on costs to keep this project in hand. I know there's a lot of work, and as the advocates from the community have come out, these are really hard decisions. So I really look forward to the updated recreation master plan, knowing that we'll have to realign some of our choices with these decisions and the importance of the different assets beyond this pool for the health of our community and the happiness of our community. I don't think we can just do one thing and drop the ball and forget about everyone. I really look forward to that work from administration on that rec master plan to make sure we continue to build on a smart investment and continue to work positively forward to make us have a proud community that we enjoy. Thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Sickleys, I forgot to come back to you. So I can go to you if you have comments.
Sure, through you, Your Worship. I have questions that relate to contractual implications with our external parties, and I believe they're best addressed in camera. May I move to go in camera, please?
Sorry, can you say again why you want to go in camera?
I have questions relating to contractual implications with outside parties.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for that to go in camera? Councillor Rasevich. Okay, we will go in camera. Oh, sorry. Is anybody opposed to going in camera? Okay, we'll go in camera. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We went in camera, we received some confidential legal advice, and no decisions were made. Councillor Sickleys, it's back to you. You still have the time here.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I'm pro pool. I'm not pro $300 million pool. So I won't be voting for this extra 40 million. I think we need some people to do some sharpening of their pencil. And if that requires some changes, then so be it. And I'd like to look at some of those options. I would suggest, I don't know if this requires an amendment, but we do have audit and finance happening soon, and we do have an unprecedented access to our people here at the budget discussions in September. We have 5 separate sessions, half day each, I believe, where people can come and talk and present. I would appreciate hearing from more people. You tell me what the next steps are. Do I have to move an amendment to ask for more time?
What are you looking for exactly? Can you be a little more specific?
I'd like to take the opportunity for audit and finance to discuss this month that's coming, or I believe it's this month, this week even, if that's enough time to prep. And then take some time in September to talk about this before making a final decision during budget. Is that a motion? Or
Okay, so,
table
sorry,
motion?
just give us a second. So are you looking to table this motion, or a motion to table this with direction to have audit and finance do what exactly?
Analyze this. It's what audit and finance is supposed to do, right? It's a dollar question.
Okay, sorry. Point of order. I didn't see who asked first for a point of order. Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
The same members of administration are at audit and finance that are here presently. They have the actual report with all the information that they compiled ready to discuss. I don't think that there's anything audit and finance can do other than the councillor's expertise would be in the room without all the council there. So it's the same conversation here.
Well, you know who else isn't here is the long list of people who say they're pro-pool. Haven't seen a big bunch. We spent an entire day talking about...
Okay.
Hold on. Wait. We spent an entire day talking about fluoride. Almost shut the city down.
Hold on one second.
And we're spending 300 million, and where's the discussion?
Hold on 1 second, please. Okay, so Councilor Mancinelli, I hear what you're saying. Fair enough that we have members of Audit and Finance Committee on council here. But I also understand Councilor Sickleys' perspective that there are additional members from the community that also play a role in the Audit and Finance Committee. So what I'm hearing, and I'll ask Councilor Sickleys to correct me if I'm wrong, but you were looking to table this to a date beyond the next Audit and Finance Committee and ask that the Audit and Finance Committee review the financial implications of this. And I just want to understand what capacity they're at. Like, I just need to know kind of what kind of analysis are we looking for?
Sorry, I need to answer to my constituents. I think Clark tried a little bit today with some numbers. I was surprised that they were now lower, which is a good thing. But I want to know what they really are. I'm a little confused now after today. And I think audit and finance is where we should be coming up with these numbers and presenting to all of you. That's our responsibility. We talked about that with other committees as well. And secondly, I haven't been around for this consultation of all the people that want the pool. I don't have many emails, any at all actually, that are pro-pool. So I'd like to see more of those. I want them to have an opportunity to come and talk to us in September.
Okay. So is it fair to say it would be an analysis of the pool budget in relation to the overall city budget? Is that what we're comparing? Like, what is the implications of the pool in terms of the overall city
And tax
budget?
implications.
And tax
to-
implications? Okay.
Yeah, to the homeowners, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so tabling motion, we'll put that together and it'll be non-debatable. We'll put it up on the screen and then we will vote.
No?
And once it's up, then I'll ask for a seconder. So give us a moment to get this sorted.
I'll lose that too.
Okay, Councillor Sickleys, can you take a look at the top here and make sure that we captured the intent of what you were asking? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to take advantage maybe of some of those half-day sessions where we're inviting the public to come and speak to us. Can we include some of that in there? When is the September meeting? I don't have the calendar in front of me.
Yeah, we'll look to that. We'll look to add that. Does that look right? Added September city budget meeting? Like those are the meetings that we have booked?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'll look for, oh, sorry, Mr. Anderson, go ahead. I see you there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quick question on why tax implications of the project is in there and what do you mean by that?
Property tax.
Okay. Thank
You can
you.
add that in to clarify. Okay, with that, do I have a seconder for this tabling motion? Councillor Bezo. There's no debate on tabling motions, so once ready, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Okay, we'll start the vote now.
Through you, Mayor, the tabling motion is lost in a vote of 8-3. Those members voting in favor were Councillors Bezo, Rasevich, and Sickles. Those voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radins, Burton, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Wyszynski.
Thank you. So, Councillor Sickles, back to you. I believe you still have time on the main motion.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering why do we invest in all the expertise that we have just to ignore it? Like, we've received a really great report with options and recommendations that had a lot of information that if we read the report, it answers a lot of the questions that were asked today. And I think it's important to just recognize that the facts that were received are clear. The scale back options will leave us with a facility that's at capacity within 5 years, and waiting more and delaying things is going to cost taxpayers more money. And we have to decide if we trust the process that we design and the resources that we fund. And I think it's important for us to just move on, trust our expert staff, and just get on with it. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Oh, I did have a quick question about the project schedule and where we are on the project schedule in terms of design, development, construction, and opening and everything.
Mr. Schisler, go ahead.
Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Struthers, and I promised Mr. Struthers I wasn't going to ask him anything tomorrow, but today I'm going to keep asking him. But Mr. Struthers, to sort of where we're at in the project and what the next big milestones are.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Struthers.
Thank you. Through the chair, so the IEF design status is in the contract design phase here. So that's all the contract details, detailed design specifications, all the fine details, technical design is ongoing. We anticipate about 8 to 10 more months of that. As we've described, the construction work is kind of phased, so there's concurrent processes running here. I guess speaking to the schedule overall, we're anticipating construction starting here this fall and then opening in 2029.
And I understand about the cost overruns and somewhat why, but I do believe that we are responsible to be accountable and transparent with like the costs. And I would like to request from administration if we could have like a consultant to provide a summary presentation on just to us, not to change the vote, on site structural general covenants and why these things are at 250% of things. So just to note that. But overall, I really get it. No one really feels good about rising costs, like nobody, and I'm frustrated too. We're all feeling cost fatigue, but we're also facing an urgency and a long-term community need. The Lawson's lifespan is nearly over. It can't meet current demand. Families can't register for swim lessons. Events and lessons are being canceled or relocated. National competitions are going elsewhere. And if the Lawson closes without a replacement, we would lose water polo, diving, synchronized swimming, and competitive swimming. And we are at that crisis point. The facility is outdated, under capacity, and nearing the end of its usable life, and delays will only cost us more. The most expensive thing in construction is change. So, the city has reviewed our recreation and cultural plan, and we'll continue to look at our recreation parks plan with a big scale with our strategic plans, because there isn't enough for everything, and where it's going to be hard decision making for everyone. And there was an important discussion about geothermal energy, and I'm so proud we are embracing that innovation with a sustainable local resource right here beneath our feet. So I'm very supportive, and I will be voting yes on this, and no further delays.
Okay. Seeing nobody else, I'm going to make my one point. My opinion hasn't changed since we spent an extensive amount of time last week at executive committee on this. So with that, I will go to Councillor Fro to go ahead and close debate.
Thank you. Through the chair, I hope the next time we're talking about the pool, someone's jumping off a diving board. So let's get some shovels in the ground. Regina's a great city. We deserve nice things. We deserve the pool. It's going to be awesome. Let's move on and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. And with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried 9-2 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radins, Burton, Rasevich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councillors Bezo and Siklis.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 25-91, appointment to Regina Public Library Board. I will ask Deputy Mayor Turnbull to please introduce the report.
To approve the following appointment to the Regina Public Library Board for a term of office indicated from July 30th to December 31st, and that's Deanne Lemieux.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, and a seconder, please. Councillor Radins, thank you. Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report? Okay, any questions from council members on this report? Seeing none, nothing further, Councillor Fro? Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 25-92, semi-annual review of closed executive committee items, and I will again ask Deputy Mayor Turnbull if you could please introduce the report.
This is the tentative agreement. Okay. So CR 2595, which is our of closed executive committee items that council receive and file this report.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Radins, and a seconder, please. Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Radins, would you like to speak to the report?
Oh, thank you. Please, let's carry on.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, I'm assuming no closing of debate for you, Councillor Radins. Thank you, and I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 25-93, tentative agreement, QP Local 7. I will ask Amber Ackerman, Acting City Clerk, to please introduce the report.
I'm introducing this? I think Ted Chisler should be introducing this, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Schisler to introduce the report. My mistake.
Through the chair, the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Regina and QP Local 7 expired on December 31st of 2024. The parties have completed collective bargaining and reached a tentative agreement for the years 2025 through 2027. This tentative deal is subject to approval by City Council and union membership. The union members have approved this agreement. This agreement is within the mandate provided by Executive Committee to the bargaining team. This agreement meets the identified and expressed needs of both parties as presented at collective bargaining negotiations and enhances efficiency in the employee experience where possible. This agreement will build and strengthen the good working relationship between the city and QP Local 7 And with me today is Kelly Patch, who's our acting manager of client services and labor relations, and has been involved in bargaining with the city for some time to address any questions you may have arising from the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Zakiniak, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Fro? Councillor Zakiniak, would you like to speak to the report? I will take thumbs down as a no. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, does thumbs down still apply, Councillor Zakiniak? Okay, with that, I'll consider debate closed and ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 25-94, tentative agreement, IAFF Local 181. I will ask Mr. Schisler again to introduce the report, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Regina and IAFF Local 181, our firefighters, expired on December 31st, 2023. The parties have completed collective bargaining and reached a tentative agreement for the years 2024 through 2026. This tentative deal is subject to approval by City Council and the union members. The union members have already approved this agreement. This agreement is within the mandate provided to the bargaining team by Executive Committee, meets the identified and expressed needs of both parties as presented at collective bargaining negotiations, enhances efficiency and the employee experience where possible. This agreement will build and strengthen the good working relationship between the city and IAFF Local 181. I would also add, as has been noted before, it is not always the case that the city and the IAFF are able to collectively bargain agreement together. In this case, some great work and working together on both sides of the table has resulted in an agreement here, and I believe the teams at the table from every perspective should be congratulated for getting this done. Again, with me is Kelly Piach, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Flores and a seconder. Councillor Turnbull, thank you. Councillor Flores, anything to speak on this report? Any questions from members on this one? Seeing none. Last call, Councillor Flores, you're good? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we are at the bylaws. We'll now consider bylaw number 2025-51, the Regina Board of Revision Decision Extension Bylaw 2025. I will ask Deputy Mayor Turnbull to do first reading of the bylaw.
2025-51, the Regina Board of Revision Decision Extension Bylaw 2025. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, that bylaw number 2025-51 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Siklis, that bylaw number 2025-51 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaw number 2025-51 go to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Turnbull, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Burden, that bylaw number 2025-51 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Zakidniak, seconder. Councillor Burton, any opposed? Carried. Thanks, everybody.